Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the May 5th Dare County Board of Commissioners meeting. Standing room only. This is good. Thank y'all for all being here. At this time, I'd like to ask the Reverend Cherry Wheeler to come forward and give us an invocation. Reverend, thank you for being here as always. We appreciate you.
Thank you, sir. Let us pray together. Gracious God, we come before you with thanksgiving in our hearts. We give you thanks for the rain that refreshed our community yesterday and this morning. We are thankful for the incredible first responders who serve our community, especially those of the Emergency Medical Service, who will be celebrated special on 18 through 24 May. We are thankful for those who are classified older Americans who have given so much to our community and continue to volunteer and give of their experience, expertise, and knowledge. Noting that many of us fit this description, we are thankful for the many men and women who serve across the spectrum of Dare County, many unsung heroes, those who quietly get the job done without fanfare, but without them, noticeable gaps would be seen immediately if these heroes weren't on the job. As we ready ourselves for the influx of visitors to our beautiful county, we are grateful we are the playground for so many families, some in their third or fourth generation of spending their vacation on the OBX. Give us patience on the roadway. Help us to be more vigilant as our visitors are distracted while enjoying all the OBX has to offer. May our visitors and our residents be safe, and may bad decisions not come with devastating outcomes. Please put your hedge of protection around all of us. We ask your guidance with our commissioners as they continue to conduct the business of the county. Give them insight and wisdom as they work budget, contracts, leases, and so many more actions required to keep our county safe, clean, and remarkable for all who live, work, and play here. Thank you that you are a God who changes everything when we invite you in. May we be willing and able to offer that invitation, whether personally or as a community. We pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Reverend Wheeler. May we stand for the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
County Manager.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Item 1 on the agenda is the chairman's opening remarks.
Okay, thank you, County Manager. Before I get started, we've got a couple of folks in here I'd like to recognize. Our Vice Chairman of the Dare County Board of Education, Ron Payne. Ron, thank you for being here this morning. And we also have Board Member Justin Bateman. Justin, thank you for being here this morning. I like to start out with some humor, as you know. There was this preacher. He was in a boat out in the ocean, and he fell overboard, and he couldn't swim. When a boat came by, the captain yelled, "Do you need help, sir?" And the preacher, calmly said, "No, God will save me." A little bit later, another boat came by, and a fisherman hollered at him and said, "Hey, do you need help?" And the preacher once again replied, "No, God will save me." Well, as you very well know, eventually the preacher drowned, and he went to heaven. Preacher asked God, why didn't you save me? God replied, "Fool, I sent you 2 boats." Laughter's the best medicine. Y'all are probably aware that the DMV license plate office, according to a DMV spokesperson, has been selected to operate the Dare license plate office to be located on Croatan Highway in Kitty Hawk. Those folks that won the contract are Currituck Chamber of Commerce President John Bass and Currituck Chamber Board Member, former Currituck County Register of Deeds Denise Hall. As far as the timeline for opening the office, DMV Communications Manager, Marty Homan, said that we're hopeful for sometime in mid-August. So just have to grin and bear it until August, or either go to Elizabeth City or Moyock. Some of you are probably aware that former State Representative Paul Tyne will become the new commissioner of the North Carolina Division of Motor Vehicles. And this was announced on April the 30th by NCDOT. His first day on the job will be May the 6th. He has said that it's going to be a big task for him, but he's urgently identifying ways to make DMV work better for North Carolinians, and I certainly hope that's the case. He's excited about the job, and I know Paul. I think he will work very hard to try to correct some things there. And then last but not least, the board's not aware of this, but these numbers are incredible. We're in our 5th year board, and I attended the Dare Guarantee Scholarship Luncheon last week at COA. We're in excess of 1,000 students that we've helped. And let me just tell you this. You graduate from Dare County High School, you're a Dare County citizen. You apply either technically or go for your associate's degree. How many in the audience know how much it'll cost you? How much? How much? How much? Zero. You got it. Go to East Carolina for 2 years, freshman, sophomore year. Pay tuition, room, and board. How much you think that's going to cost you? $40,000. $40,000. Yeah, 1 year. $85,000. $85,000, room and board, tuition for 2 years at East Carolina. Get associate's degree in Dare County for zero. We've spent right at $1 million, guys, of our 250,000 lady that we set aside every year. So we continue to push this. Ron, I know y'all are talking to your guidance counselors, and they're on board, and they're pushing it extremely hard. So, folks, if you got a family member, a relative, or whatever that's a graduating senior in Dare County, take advantage of this. This is huge. This is huge. So, really, really proud of this board setting that money aside once we built that $18 million campus on Roanoke Island. And we're even taking it a step further education-wise with early college, which will soon be breaking ground for that facility soon. So with that, County Manager, that completes my chairman's comments.
Chairman, that brings us to item 2 on the agenda. That's the service pin. We only have one this morning, and Wendy Parks, if you'd come forward to receive your 20-year pin from Sheriff Doug Dowdy.
Good morning, Sheriff.
Good morning,
And-
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Nice to see all y'all. Well, I want you to know you're very important. Look at all the people that came in this room today. I thought we were going to have a crowd. I'm like, my goodness, just one of us.
I love it.
Well, she is that important, that's for sure. Wendy's been with, this is officially her 20-year pin. But Wendy's actually been around the county, in working with the county for 32 years. Back and forth. She came over she beat me there a little bit to the sheriff's office. She went to the jail in 2011 and then came over to the sheriff's office, in 2012? 2005, okay, so 2012. So she spent a little bit of time working at the detention center before she got to the sheriff's office. Now, Ms. Wendy can do everything. She knows how to run every system that the sheriff's office got. Spent time in the jail. I like to know what's going on over
She
there.
spent time in jail?
She did. I told you she's been around. She's been busy. So she can run all the stuff that the jail does, and that helps me immensely. But she can also run all the stuff. We got a new system. She can do flex. She can do the old system. She can find out anything about anybody I need to know about. Best thing about it is Ms. Wendy's right beside my office. My door's always open. Her door's always open. So there's not a lot of privacy in between us. But it's a whole lot nicer than picking up the phone and saying, hey, can you call somebody from me, or can you find this telephone? All I have to do is say, Wendy, can you tell me what that telephone number is? She's a lot like Radar O'Reilly, but she's a whole lot prettier. She beats me to most everything I'm doing. She knows what's up, so she has an answer before I can even ask her the question. She kind of likes the same music I do, because that's a good thing, because I don't turn mine up loudly. Every now and then I'll hear hers, and I'm like, what is that? And she goes, it's fine, but it's really quiet. She's got a big family, so I get to visit with one or two of them every now and then. She loves her sons, no doubt about that. She loves her brothers and sisters, and she loves what she does, and that's the best thing about it. We enjoy each other's company. My wife likes her, so I'm in pretty good shape. I don't have to worry about anything. My wife comes with, it's a good relationship. Like I say, I'm very, very fortunate. She makes my day when I go to work. Now, she will pull a Houdini on me every now and then, because she works for me and Jeff both, so sometimes she won't tell me she's not going to be there. I go and say, where's Miss Wendy today? And Jeff said, she took off. And I'm like, well, darn, didn't tell me anything about it. I said, well, she works for you too. So I'm elated that she's there. I can't wait to spend another at least 18 months with her. And very much appreciate everything you do. And congratulations for your 20 years, and I certainly appreciate it.
Congratulations, Wendy.
Thank you.
Chairman, our employee of the month couldn't be here today, so we'll postpone. We'll do that one in June, which then leads us to public comment. Ladies and gentlemen, now's the time that's been set aside for public comment. If you have public comment this morning and you've not signed up, raise your hand. I'll recognize you. When I do, please come to the podium. State your name and where you're from. Please limit your comments to 5 minutes. There's a green light on the podium that'll come on when your time begins. There's a yellow light that will come on when you have about a minute left. And there's a red light that'll come on when you need to conclude your remarks. If you're here today to speak at the public hearing on the zoning text amendment to 22-27.3 SED1 Special Environmental District, that's a different public hearing. That'll come up next. Wait until that public hearing to speak to that if you're here today for that issue. With that said, the first person on the list is Charles Parker.
Welcome this morning, Charles.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Charlie Parker. I live in unincorporated Dare, Collington. I come before you today as a citizen seeking some answers and to give you the opinions of more than just a few than myself. Specifically, in regards to agenda items 16 and 17, referring to the Dare Early College Program. It appears from the addenda to the agenda, the dollars we are talking about is between 23.3 and 25.3 million, depending on pages 116 and 117 of the total of 302 pages listed on your website. It appears that the county would be issuing bonds to pay for all this. But wait, didn't the July 10th meeting last year say that the state would be paying for all that? So I looked. And on page 7 of the minutes of that meeting, there was a clear explanation that lottery funds will be doled out each year by the state to reimburse the county. Well and good. But the last sentence in that paragraph issues a stern warning, and I quote, anything that is done where you are using state funding as a recurring funding source is subject to the whim of the legislature. The whim of the legislature. So today we have a national administration slashing program after program, and we don't know where or how much that would affect the county, or that it will move the country into a recession or worse. We have a state legislature which has slashed income taxes so far for corporations and the ultra-wealthy that all estimates are that in the future, there will not be enough revenue to sustain even the current state budget. We even have our Tourism Bureau sending out warning signals that the golden goose of tourism may be changing. All this sparks in me two words: fiduciary responsibility. These words were explained to me decades ago in an American Bankers Association class on credit. An old New York banker said, "This ain't our money. It's the people's money who give it to us. It's somebody else's money. Don't be stupid." He used his New York accent doing that. The board has a responsibility to all of us to not be stupid. Is it prudent at this time to go forward with a huge multi-million-dollar program which does not have a guaranteed revenue stream and which may devolve to the taxpayers to foot this bill? Or should the board put this program on the back burner until the current chaotic scene changes? This is your call. I'll be away at my grandson's high school graduation when you'll be holding the public hearing on the limited obligation bonds in June. Consider what I'm saying today as a vote of no to go forward for the bonds with this program. Thank you.
Sheila Davies?
Good morning. If you're wondering why I signed up for public comment, and first, I'm Sheila Davies. I'm the Director of Health and Human Services for Dare County. What I'm going to share with you is so hot off the press, I couldn't get it on the agenda, but I didn't want to hold it any longer. I had the pleasure on Thursday to travel to Wilmington, North Carolina, to attend a ceremony where our very own Chuck Lysette was presented with the North Carolina Social Services Director of the Year Award. Which is this. And if you'll bear with me, I would love to share with you the comments that were read about Chuck at that meeting. Chuck had a start with social services after having a career in another government system, working in more than one DSS agency for almost 20 years prior to becoming a director. His start at DSS was in assessment and in-home services, later transitioning to a foster care social work position, and then to a supervisor. As a new director, involvement in the state's Social Services Director Association Committee quickly became a priority, and he has served on multiple work groups and committees with progressively more responsibilities over the past 8 years. Chuck has served on the Family First Prevention Services Act Planning Team, the NC FAST Governance Committee, and Safety Design Team, among others. Dare County was an initial pilot county for the original NC FAST system for child welfare and was instrumental in addressing glitches and systematic errors in DHHS. Chuck has also served as a Children's Services Committee Tri-Chair and has been involved in the United Leadership Team since its inception, even hosting the team in his home, cooking and enlisting his mother, who's actually here, Dee and Larry are with us today, to make everyone her delicious homemade chocolate chip cookies. In addition to the work in child welfare, Chuck has served as the association's second vice chair and then president in 2022. As immediate past president, he led the development of a survey of children staying in DSS offices, providing the first snapshot of the numbers of children and youth impacted across the state. He has continued to manage this data for over 2 years, being cited numerous times by DHHS leadership as a metric for the youth mental health crisis, and has been a springboard for other work to address this problem. In 2022, Chuck proposed the idea of partnering with Currituck County to create a local county training structure for Medicaid programs. Chuck took the lead and created the structure and invited new Currituck staff to attend an in-person classroom-based training several weeks in duration. The training has since been offered to several other local agencies. This has been a tremendous help with onboarding multiple employees and has aided in retention efforts. Chuck does not hesitate to help in other counties, as well as the monumental work he does in Dare County. He organized and sent teams of staff to the western counties impacted by Hurricane Helene this year. He has partnered in the past with other counties impacted by hurricanes who needed help managing DSNAP. Chuck enjoys in his personal time fitness, specifically high-intensity workouts, as a hobby. He also is an avid sailor, and in fact, he started years ago sewing duffel bags out of his sails so that youth on the caseload had bags for their belongings. These are foster children who would need to move from home to home. He used his talents in sailing and sewing to make duffel bags for them to take their belongings with them. Chuck values child safety as paramount and is a true professional in all situations. He's highly reliable, dedicated to the profession of human services, and is of the highest moral character and integrity. It is such an honor to work with him, and we are so blessed in Dare County with his leadership. So congratulations so much. Dee and Larry in the picture as well.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Next is John Fairbanks.
I was going to speak at the zoning.
Okay. Next is Sherry Fivish. Okay. Next is Wendy Munden.
Welcome,
Hi.
Ms. Munden.
Good morning. I'd like to take a moment to personally thank Bobby Outen and Dave Halleck for leading the charge for the Buxton Beach visit with the Coastal Resource Commission this past week. It's refreshing to see that while the jetties have been a contentious subject for years, they are now being looked at with a fresh approach thanks to Mr. Outen and his study of the 50% rule. The Coastal Resource Commission was engaged and seemed optimistic that this could become a reality. I'd also like to thank the Dare County Commissioners for joining forces with other coastal counties in the opposition of the proposed fees and tolls to the North Carolina ferry system, item 13 on today's agenda. As we all know, Ocracoke and Hatteras rely on tourism for our livelihood. Our friends to the south in Hyde County have been dealing with numerous challenges, and its toll would have negative impact on them. Thank you for all you do for Hatteras Island and for Dare County.
Thank you.
Ray Johnson. Ray Johnson.
I'm Ray Johnson, but I never spoke.
You're signed up. I didn't. Okay.
I'll say a few things.
That's right. Derb, you're here for the next one, right? Okay. That's all I have signed up. Any public comment from Buxton? That's unrelated to the SED ordinance.
Gray Mayo.
Good morning.
Good morning, welcome.
I live in Hatteras Village. I was born and raised at the Benson Center. There used to be a hospital. A lot of us are locally born here. I am so dismayed about the building that is going on, not just in my village, but the other villages. They're like mini motels. My concerns are, how are you going to keep us safe? The infrastructure of our sinking island, Highway 12, has several hot spots where the road could go at any second. How many more people can you safely get off of Hatteras and Ocracoke Islands during an evacuation procedure? Last year, over 100,000 people visited here. If people can't leave, what is the county's plan to answer and ensure that groceries will get to the island, that medicine for the pharmacies will get here, that our mail will get here? A lot of us get express script mail for our medications. What about the electricity? After one of the storms, they put out a notice for us to please not start our dishwashers, our laundry, our air conditioners for a while to let the energy catch up. All of the rental homes where I live, porch lights, like 16 porch lights come on, air conditioners came on. We lost power for 2.5 more days because of that. Are you all addressing that issue? The phone, cell, and internet service on our island is becoming a weekly and sometimes a bi-weekly issue. People that need medical attention aren't able to call 911 at some places. What about the businesses that are losing money? If you go into their business and you do not have cash, they cannot serve you. My next thing is the banks. They can't operate, so if you don't have cash, you can't go get cash. And our medical center cannot see patients because they cannot access our medical records. How many more people can we serve with these situations becoming a weekly occurrence? And speaking of medical, we have 3 ambulances and we have 3 doctors to cover 7 villages. In the summer, there are days when all 3 of our ambulances are off of the island. We have the rescue squad to fill in the gap for those days when we don't have access to the ambulances. Sorry, I need to turn the page. My hands are shaking. I've been told recently that members of the rescue squad were trained like paramedics to administer life-saving drugs, and now they are no longer allowed to do that. I'd like us all to know why that is. EMTs are not allowed to do some of those life-saving drugs either. Again, our lives are put in danger. I want answers. We all need them. What about our fire department? How do you expect a volunteer fire department to respond to all the calls that come in? Fires, accidents, people stuck in elevators. What happens when the fire hydrants have run dry because there's not enough water pressure, with all the pools, hot tubs, and outside showers that are using the water hoses to fill them up? Have you given any thought to how you're going to address those issues? After Isabel, we got water delivered to us and a Ace trash can that was placed in our yards by a military water tanker truck until the breach was fixed. How many hundreds of people can a water tanker truck fill up? Our island is in real danger of having contaminated water or no water at all. Our oyster farms last year all shut down because of something in the sound. Could it possibly be all the sewage that is going in the ground? Danny Couch stood in the Civic Center several years ago when we were trying to get the water coming into our village of Hatteras off of Highway 12. He told us there was no fix. And then he said, "You are all walking in sewage." That's just awesome, isn't it, to know that we have to go out and protect our property. We're walking in sewage. There are no affordable housing for people to continue to work here. Who's going to clean these houses? Who's going to fix your food and serve you in restaurants? My last thing is the bumper zone. We all know it will be breached. Who is going to stop them? Who's going to patrol that area? We all live where we see our neighborhoods doing things without permits. And I grew up on this village and on this island. And I am so sad that moneymakers are the few and the rest of us are trying to just stay alive and to live here.
Ma'am, your
Until
time.
we learn the difference between need and greed, nothing will change on this island. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
No further public comment.
Mr. Chairman, we would close the public comment and we'd move to item 5 on the agenda. This is a zoning text amendment to section 22-27.3 of the SED Special Environmental District, and I'd ask Noah Gillum, our planning director, to come up and tell us what this is about before we conduct the public hearing.
Morning, Chairman, Commissioners. OBX Timber Trail LLC has submitted a text amendment request to amend the SED1 Special Environmental District. In that district, there is a set of regulations that apply to lands outside of the SED1 zoning district. They apply to lands that from geographic boundary of the Billy Mitchell Road to the Lighthouse Road, so the villages of Frisco and Buxton. The language was put in the ordinance in 1988 following Dare County's adoption of the SED1 language, which was in response to the state adopting an area of environmental concern and development regulations around the Buxton Woods, which have the Cape Hatteras well fields located in there. The language that was adopted in '88 put a density limitation for all lands for a half a mile north of any land zoned SED1. It only placed the density limitation on multifamily and limited it to 3 units an acre. The applicant is requesting to remove that density limitation to allow for more than 3 units an acre. When you review the language, it, as stated prior, it only applies to multifamily. The districts that are located internal to this zone of influence allow for much higher intensity uses. You could have a motel, hotel without any density limitation. You could have a campground with 28 units an acre. You could have a group development with 10 houses, 10 single-family houses an acre, but you couldn't have 10 apartments under one roof. The Dare County Planning Board reviewed this in April. They voted unanimously to recommend approval of the applicant's request. They felt that the language didn't, offer adequate protections over the last 36 years since uses were allowed that were much more intense and, higher density than the limitations that the zone of influence placed. They also, in their review, the language applied a vegetation removal requirement internal to that zone of influence. The planning board recommended removal of that language due to enforcement issues of it and the likelihood that this language has not been enforced over the last 36 years. During the course of this language's adoption and following zoning amendments, specifically in 1993, the village of Buxton got use-specific zoning, and 7 zoning districts were established in Buxton. If you own property in Buxton in one of those other zoning districts, there's no reference in, say, the C2 ordinance to tell you to go look internal to the SED1 to show you that you're bound by this zone of influence restriction. The same is across, the village of Frisco and the S1. There's no reference made throughout the zoning ordinance if you own land in the zone of influence to go and tell you to look at this section of the SED1 for a requirement that you're bound by. And so the applicant is requesting that the density limitation be removed. Again, the planning board recommended removal of the language in its entirety, the buffer or the vegetation removal and the density. So.
Thanks. Any questions for Noah? Okay.
Any questions about the board?
Or do you want to wait till after we do the public hearing?
I don't know, it might be part of the
Go
public
ahead.
hearing. My question would be, so instead of lifting this whole thing, could it not just be a special permit to allow for this situation?
I'm not sure. I mean, a special permit, I'm not sure I'm following.
Or a variance to the,
No, because there's a variance in the state of North Carolina has to deal with peculiarity to the property, something that's, the property has to have a factor to it that the owner didn't create or that would, prevent him from making full use of his land based off of
You can't get a variance simply because you want to build 4 bedrooms and the ordinance says you can only build 3. There's got to be something peculiar that caused that problem. This is just somebody wants to do more than what the ordinance allows.
Okay.
That wouldn't get you a variance.
okay.
I got a question. Was there any kind of advisory group set up or any kind of committee to set regulations on what could and could not be done in this area. And I'm kind of referring to what we did in town of Kitty Hawk with the coastal area there, where there's like close to 1,500 acres. And we had a group that set up and said what you could not put there, how trails would be managed, how, what you could hunt, you couldn't hunt, all stuff like that.
Well, in 1988, when the language was put into place, it's my understanding that there was several different organizations. There was a community organization that was focused on the protections of the well fields, which is the public drinking water source for the southern portions of Hatteras Island. In 93, there was an effort, a community effort with the zoning going into place in Buxton, where there was, a series of public hearings, public meetings to try to figure out what uses people wanted internal to the Buxton zoning districts. But I mean, as far as I'm aware of, that's the only community response. There was a big push in 88 and 87 when the CRC was adopting the AEC rules. Bobby might be able to speak a little bit better to that because he was an attorney for, I believe, one of those groups at the time.
Yes.
In '88, I represented the Cape Hatteras Water Association. I did not represent the county, and nobody that works for the county or sitting up here was involved in any of this. I think there's maybe 2 or 3 people in this room that were involved in any of that way back then. The AEC was designed, the area of environmental concern was designed to protect the Buxton Woods Aquifer, which was the water source for the Cape Hatteras Water Association at that time. It was done at the request of the community, at the request of the Cape Hatteras Water Association, at the request of some of the environmental organizations, and everyone stood arm in arm and got that pushed through, and the CRC came through and created that area of environmental concern in the Buxton Woods. After that was done, the Dare County Board of Commissioners zoned that area as the SED1 zoning district and created restrictions that sort of fell in line with what the AEC was to try to, again, protect that aquifer, which was going to be the water source for Hatteras Island. Things changed. It didn't become the water source. They're using RO now instead of surface water there, but nonetheless, the SED remains in place and has remained in place and will remain in place today. This isn't changing the SED designated area. In 1988, what happened is, my understanding is there was a development that wanted to come in that wasn't popular and the community didn't want it, and I don't think the Board of Commissioners wanted it, and so they adopted this, what they call an overlay district, or what I call an overlay district, they call it a zone of influence. And so at the tail end of that SED ordinance, they put language in there that said you can't build more than 3 to the acre residential, and you can't cut down any more trees than necessary to do the development on your property. And that's all that it said. And it was in the SED ordinance. Well, the property that is involved now in the overlay zone wasn't in the SED zone. It wasn't zoned at all back then. It was zoned to S1, I think. So it was anything goes there. And so the overlay applied over top of that district. Later, that area became zoned. There's, I think, 7 zones in there, several residential zones, some commercial zones, an industrial zone, all in what's now the overlay district.
Oh, wait a minute. They zoned specific districts within this overlay district.
Correct.
And the result was construction development of what?
Of whatever's there now.
Of whatever's there now.
Industrial zoning districts, there's 2 commercial districts, high-density residential
okay.
district.
So all well and good. The problem in all this is that in 1988, when the county adopted the ordinance, they put it at the tail end of that SED ordinance. They didn't put it in the index. They didn't put the overlay zone on a zoning map. And when they rezoned everything in 93, they didn't go in and any of those underlying zones referenced the overlay district. So it leaves, you heard him talk about enforceability and what's been going on over the years. Anyone that owned property in the overlay zone and went to the map, they would look at the map and it would say, you're in the residential district. And so you'd go to the residential zoning district language in the ordinance, and it would say, here's what you can do in the residential district. It did not refer you back to the SED district where the overlay language lies. The map didn't include any of this, so it didn't refer you back to the overlay district where any of this lies. So anyone that was developing their property outside of the SED had no way to know that this overlay would or should apply to their property. Bad enough that the community didn't know, but the staff, the subsequent staff didn't know. And so as staff went along over the years, they authorized development in there based upon the zoning that occurred in '93. Now, there's some legal consequences to all that. I don't know if now's when you want me to talk about that or whether you want to talk about that later, but there are a number of things that legally create problems with this that we would need to talk about as you all take action. If you want to hear that now, I'll do it, or if you want to wait till I
No,
get the
we
public hearing.
need to hear what that
Yeah.
legal action.
Let's hear it.
All right, so there's a couple of things. One is there's some law that says that if you don't properly index it, then it's not enforceable. And so it's clear that it was not properly indexed. You can't go in the zoning ordinance and look it up right now. You can look up the SED ordinance, and if you read the whole ordinance and get to the end of it, you'll find it. And that's how Noah found it. Someone was trying to develop in the SED zone. He read through the SED zone and stumbled on this provision that's at the end of that and said, oh my gosh, someone else is trying to do something across the way in this overlay zone, and now does this apply? And so here we are. So one is I don't think it's enforceable because the whole point of having the indexes and the codifications of zoning ordinances is so that people know how they can use their property, and in this particular case, there was no way to do that. I think there's a question, and I don't know if I know the answer to it, but there's also a question is if there's an overlay district that zones the property today, and next week you come back and rezone it as commercial, or you change it from the S1 to the commercial or industrial, whatever, then have you now overridden the overlay that you put on there before, because you've now rezoned it and had public hearings and said, this is now how we want to use this property, not what the overlay said. So you've got a problem there as well. The third thing that comes up is, well, why don't we just fix it? If this is a good thing, why don't we just fix it? Well, it would be relatively easy to fix, but for legislation that came out in December. That December legislation says that local governments can't downzone property without the consent of all the property owners that you're downzoning. And so for us to go back and do a text amendment to now take this 1988 legislation and make it the law that's enforceable today would in effect be a downzoning of all the property in the overlay zone, which then violates that statute that came out in December of 2024. So we're at a place where, because whatever happened in 1988 was wrong and didn't get done correctly, you've got an ordinance that's not enforceable. And because of what happened in 2024, you got an ordinance that you can't fix because it's a downzoning. And so now you got this legislation that you have in your book that you can't enforce and you can't change, other than you can get rid of it. If you leave it in place, then it's there, but we can't enforce it. If we tried to make the property owner comply with it, then I think we would lose that lawsuit. We don't need to get in that when we know it's not enforceable. So that's our problem. It isn't a policy issue for you. It has become a legal problem because of the way that it was done in 1988 and because it was not done correctly back then.
Is there, I thought there was legislation that they tried to do the change of what they did in December.
There is legislation there's legislation out there right now that says, yeah, that they're trying to undo that change. Mm-hmm. So if that legislation passed and all of us, and that downzoning regulation went away, mm-hmm. and then if you all wanted to create this overlay district, you could do that then, but you'd have to go through the whole text amendment process, public hearing process, all that stuff to do that once you have that authority.
What would happen to the existing properties that have been built over the last 35 years?
They would become non-conforming uses.
Non-conforming.
If you took the 1988 legislation and did all the things you needed to do to put it in place today correctly, then all the properties that were developed in violation of that ordinance would then become non-conforming properties.
Do we know if any of the properties that have been built while this has been enforced are non-conforming now?
We do, there are.
Okay. Do we know about how many?
I don't know.
I mean, I personally approved one in the C2 district for a 4-unit townhome. I know of another one that's a 7-unit apartment building across from the high school that was approved. I mean, these have all been approved by staff in the last, 2, 3, 4 years. And I'm sure there's others, the vegetation removal requirement. That applies for anybody developing a single-family house on an individual lot. You're subject to that vegetation removal requirement. It hasn't been enforced.
And what happens if they're in non-conforming? What is that?
What that
What's
means,
the consequences for the property owner?
it means that if their house is destroyed, theoretically, it means if their house is destroyed, they have to bring it back in compliance with the current rules.
What about if they sold it?
Doesn't change it. Whoever buys it is buying a non-conforming property.
And they unknowingly, yeah.
Right.
Unknowingly bought a non-conforming structure.
And then anybody who has not yet developed their property bought it thinking they could develop it one way and now are finding they can only develop it with a restriction on it, so.
Or if you want to put a mother-in-law suite, you probably have to bring the rest of it up to compliance.
It doesn't apply to anything other than multifamily development. So more than 3 units on a lot is what it applies to. It doesn't apply to a duplex. It doesn't apply to group development where you could put 10 single-family structures on one property. It only applies to having more than 3 dwelling units under one roof.
But also under this too, I could build a hotel on it,
You could build a hotel without any density limitation.
which would have far more septic and everything.
It only restricts multifamily. It doesn't restrict any single family. Single family by definition is duplexes
do it today.
and cluster houses and things like that.
Are we under any time constraint, sensitivity to the request of the applicant? Are we required, and I'm going to ask another question after that refers to tabling, and I'd like to know what the pros and cons would be of that.
First of all, if you table it, you have to table it to a time specific.
Gotcha.
It can't be, and second of all, you would have to have a purpose for tabling it.
Well, I mean, we got a pretty strong purpose.
If the purpose of the tabling is to see if the other ordinance changes, it still doesn't impact this particular development because he would be vested because he's paid his money, he's got his application in, he's gone through the process. The old ordinance isn't enforceable. When you create a new ordinance, if they were to allow you to do that, it only becomes effective on the date that you put it in place. There's a statute out there that allows a developer, when the change ordinance comes, to pick the old ordinance or the new ordinance, and so this person would be able to go forward either way.
How is this the first time this has happened since 1988?
Thank you.
That I can't answer. I mean, it's, I've got Buddy Shelton here. He's on my planning board. He was employed by Dare County staff. During our planning board meeting, he said he was unaware of the language and had been, was employed in '88 all the way until 4 years ago when he retired. I've been here almost 10 years now. September will be 10 years. I didn't know it was there until, again, I was talking to an applicant who was looking at doing something in the SED, saw the language, and then happened to be shortly thereafter, the gentleman that owns OBX Timber Trail said, hey, can you come to my property? I'd like to add a 4th dwelling unit. And knowing that the language was there, I'm not going to continue moving forward creating nonconformities. So, I advised him that he couldn't do this, and I texted him it would be his option for, having this language removed so he could add the 4th dwelling unit to his property.
I got you. Donna, did this ever come up for anything you did over the years?
Do you want me to come up here? I mean,
Well, hang on. Wait a minute.
Morning.
you know, I'm going to have to stop coming to these meetings and just watch this from home. I know that there's this level of dismay, but, you know, we're talking about something that was on the books almost 40 years. I had just come on staff in 1988, and in my mind, yeah, we didn't map it. I understand that. It was done solely for a multifamily. It was designed to address one project that was being proposed. It was to apply to the S1. When we did the zoning map for Buxton in 1992, we hired a consultant who come in and worked with the citizens in Buxton. It was a lengthy project. We developed a map. And again, we're relying on my memory here, so you have to bear with me on that. I don't recall there being changes to the SED in part when we were doing the Buxton map. We were focusing on what was on NC-12. In my mind, when I worked in the planning department and as the planning director, was I aware that the language was there? Yes. Did I think it applied along Buxton Back Road in Buxton where it was zoned specifically C2, R1, or C3? No. In my mind, it applied to the S1 areas. So, should we have been enforcing the vegetation removal? Yes, I will tell you that we probably were enforcing the vegetation removal in the S1. Most of those properties are not as heavily vegetated as the Buxton Woods Maritime Forest. Let's remember that the SED is designed to address the Buxton Woods Maritime Forest. That is mapped. And this just applies to the multifamily. So a lot of the property doesn't have vegetation. The SED says you can take down vegetation for the house, the septic, the parking pad, and whatever else you need to. That pretty much takes care of a lot of vegetation. So it's not that you can't remove vegetation to construct. You have to be selective in the process. We worked diligently to ensure that we were enforcing the vegetation in the SED. We had oversight from the Coastal Resources Commission. Again, this was designed to stop this one development, and it did. And then it just kind of floated there, if you will. And so, you know, all this consternation about, oh, it wasn't being enforced, it was just in a weird place in the ordinance. And I agree that it probably should have been mapped. But back then, things were different. You didn't have GIS. You couldn't go in and map things. When we were mapping the Buxton area, we were literally drawing on a huge map like this with crayons. So should it be fixed? Probably so. Is it this Chicken Little, the sky is falling, we're going to hurt Buxton Woods if we take it out of the ordinance? No, it's not. Does that help you and answer your question?
Kind of. Thank you, Donovan. Bobby, will you put your legal hat on now as a county attorney? Are you telling us we don't have an option here?
I think you need to hear the public comment, and then I think we need to deliberate and have those discussions once you've heard all the public comment.
Okay.
With that said, we'll open the public hearing. The same rules that we just described for the public comment will apply for this. Mr. Fairbanks, you want to speak to this issue?
The applicant's here as well.
Okay.
He wants to.
He's welcome to speak as well.
Morning. I live in Buxton. I actually live in SED one zone, but this brings lots can go wrong just by lifting the zoning, the buffer zone that's there, without actually looking at it. Let's see if I can get my thoughts together here. Just with from an environmental standpoint, estuaries are the foundation of the island's ecosystem. If we go and develop as much as can be developed, if we lift these zoning walls, you're talking, it's not just one house or one area, it's 8 miles stretch from Oceanside of Highway 12 all the way to the sound. So you're talking, who knows what runoff's gonna do, septic, this, that, whatever. not only to the water system for Buxton Woods, but also to the Pamlico Sound, and, it's shallow water reef system that lots of, marine life rely on. Take that away, who knows what's going to happen. And then, let's see here. Try to read this. Back in 2019, Dare County Water Report flagged a risk for higher concerns of overuse and contamination. Cape Hatteras Water Treatment Plant in Frisco utilizes both reverse osmosis and anion exchange processes to treat water sourced from 19 shallow freshwater wells in Buxton Woods, and 4 deep brackish wells. The plant is designed to produce up to 2 million gallons of water per day, serving approximately 5,500 customers from Avon to Hatteras. However, with the region's popularity as a tourist destination, drawing over 1.5 million visitors in 2019, demand for fresh water can surge during peak seasons. This seasonal influx strains the plant's capacity, potentially leading to water shortages or the need for additional water sources. While desalination provides a short-term solution, it doesn't address the root cause of saltwater intrusion. Relying solely on desalination without implementing measures to reduce groundwater extraction and protect natural barriers like Buxton Woods may lead to unsuitable water management. Over time, increasing salinity of source water can surpass the treatment capabilities, necessitating costly upgrades or alternative water sources. The dense root system of the trees and plants help hold the soil in place, absorb excess rainwater, reducing runoff, stabilizing the land. Natural barrier acts as a buffer between inland areas and the harsh conditions. However, when land is cleared for development, such as building homes or roads, these natural defenses are weakened or destroyed. Dunes, vegetation, which normally block wind and slow wave impact, are off, flattened or removed. Without them, the shoreline becomes more vulnerable to storms, tides, and ongoing erosion. Over time, this can lead to significant land loss, and it's going to it's going to hurt Buxton Woods. I know all y'all are familiar. There's, Buxton Woods is the Maritime Forest, but the Maritime Forest, I don't know why they didn't just go all the way to the Sound with it. They stopped it wherever, I guess, state-owned land at the time. But the Maritime Forest, at one time, you could say, or still does, goes from Buxton Woods all the way to the Sound. Removing this zoning is going to allow for condos, apartments, lots of development. And you hear the argument, well, somebody can build hotels, this, that, whatever, Yeah, but they haven't. And I'm looking at it as the law that was passed, first thing I thought of was, let's just make zoning law stricter. Can't do that because the law was passed in December of last year. HB 24 is on the books now to override that, so we could make zoning stricter. You can't de-zone something unless everybody agrees to it. Why can you relax zoning laws unless everybody agrees to it? Look at it from that side of the coin too. In 1988, say, I'll go to, I guess like a first responder type thing. 1988, they applied a bandage when a tourniquet should have been applied. And, so you're holding that bandage on there, and that's where we're at now. We got a little bleeding here, a little bleeding there. We don't rip the tourniquet off to see if we can do something else or see what happens, or just, you either maintain what you have or apply more to it. We definitely don't just rip it off. And removing the buffer zone would be like taking the tourniquet off. It's just something you don't do. Just like if a ship's sinking, you're doing damage control, you got it plugged up, you don't remove something that's working, you have, to see what's going to happen. So I do think a lot of it doesn't, the way the rules are, or the way things were applied probably isn't right, doesn't make sense. But the thing to do is let's just at least look at it, see what effects it's going to have on Buxton Woods, on the Sound, the oyster beds, just the ecosystem in general. and before we just go lifting it. And then, me personally, I would like to see the zoning go all the way to the sound, be all SED. I don't know why it's not. I mean, because it's all vegetated. I heard earlier comment that it's a lot of places there's not as much vegetation. If you drive from Buxton to Frisco, look to the right, that's one big ridge of vegetation.
Thank you.
If we remove that, who knows what's going to happen. Thanks.
Next is Sherry Fivish. Okay. Derb Carter. Derb Carter.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, I'm Derb Carter with the Southern Environmental Law Center in Chapel Hill. We've submitted a letter with the Buxton Civic Association and the North Carolina Coastal Federation. I hope you've had an opportunity to see, and I'll just summarize some of the key points. I got to know a lot of people on Hatteras Island 40 years ago. When they all came together and formed an organization called Friends of Hatteras to address threats to Buxton Woods. They had a singular focus, which is to protect that maritime forest, which not only is the primary aquifer for the island, but also the largest maritime forest on the Atlantic coast and a nationally significant natural area. The history of this is important because the first effort that was made was to have the state designate that area as an area of environmental concern. And if that was done, there would be state permits, state development standards. I'm sure down here familiar with AECs and everything that's required. Instead, the county stepped up and said, we want to protect it. Through our zoning authority. So the core part of the forest was zoned as SED1, Special Environmental District 1, that has low density development, residential. And this area that you're looking at now, this so-called influence area, 6 months later, that SED ordinance was amended to add that influence area, which is basically the area to the north that provides a buffer to the core area of the forest that was protected under the SED. So Dare County stepped up. Your predecessors on the commission put that zoning in place. And that was the first zoning to go in place there. The remainder of the zoning was S1. You've heard about that. The previous S1 described as anything goes type zoning. So that was what was put in place in 1988 at a March meeting and then a September meeting, very close in time. You still had this proposal that the Coastal Resources Commission was moving to designate it an area of environmental concern. So the zoning went in place, and Tommy Gray, who was very involved in this, a former commissioner representing Hatteras Island for, 20, 25 years, I pulled the minutes from the CRC meeting, and it states, Tommy Gray emphasized that the county will continue to work with the state and the public to make sure that all provisions of the ordinance are implemented and enforced. He added that Dare County has the most to lose if these resources are not protected. So that was the commitment the county made when this was all put in place. In response to that, the state tabled the area of environmental concern designation at the CRC meeting. It not only did that, it awarded Friends of Hatteras Island, these residents that had come together, and Dare County, the Ure Gardner Award, which is the highest environmental award that the Coastal Resource Commission gives, recognizing the effort that was made. I see kind of three issues that seem to have been identified about this. One is this apparent lack of awareness. we're all here. People are aware this ordinance is out there. So it's been on the books. It preceded the change that occurred from S1 to these other districts. So it was in place first. And actually, the previous ordinance said the influence area affects the land, all lands in the S1 designation. When it was rezoned, it took out S1 and left in all lands. So this influence area, by the ordinance, its own language affects all of those districts. Now, it's an overlay. It's complicated. And there's an issue with indexing when you have a base zone area and an overlay. There are other overlay districts. There's an airport overlay district here that overlays other districts. The requirement in state law on indexing is you've got to have a filed ordinance with an index that's readily available to the public. That's the basic legal requirement. And in our view, all that's been met. We would encourage you to either deny this or table it and work with these citizens of Buxton who have now come together again to try to affect how their communities developed into the future. We'd be glad to work with the county to look at the various options you have available. Thank you very much.
That's all I have on my list. Anyone else here like to speak to that issue? Yes, ma'am. Come back to you.
Hi. Good morning. My name is Wendy Munden. I'm a member of the Buxton Civic Association. I'm also a resident of Buxton. I'm a mother, surfer, kiteboarder. I'm a real estate agent. And I'm someone who's deeply invested in the community and its future. I'm here today to express my concern and deep disappointment over the proposed removal of the zone of influence. To say that this proposal came as a shock is an understatement. It represents a fundamental and alarming shift in the long-standing protections that have helped define and preserve Buxton and Frisco for decades. The ordinance was put in place nearly 36 years ago to safeguard the Buxton woods, our water quality, and our way of life. That it could now be overturned in less than 2 months is frankly hard to comprehend. The speed of this process does not allow for the kind of thoughtful public discussion and environmental review that this decision of this magnitude requires. While my understanding is that the current request is not for a large-scale development, removing the zone of influence opens a door to further uses that could have major, irreversible impacts on our natural resources, our wetlands, and our water systems. Runoff from the development can impact the health of fish, oysters, and wildlife, and the removal of the vegetation restrictions can alter the landscape that generations have worked hard to protect. I've heard the argument from the planning board that the zone of influence has not been clearly published or properly enforced and therefore could be unenforceable. While it has in fact been filed and indexed in the ordinance, as Derb just said, just not where you would expect it to be. I must ask then, if this has not been enforced, then how are Buxton and Frisco the only villages on Hatteras Island that do not have condo and townhouse units within this buffer zone? Were there never any requests? I question too whether county has checked inside its own house to consider whether the current infrastructure and utilities can even feasibly support the type of developments to which this could kick the door open to. Decades ago, Friends of Hatteras fought and preserved the Buxton Woods from unchecked development. We are now at the risk of undoing that work. And for what? In this specific case, the applicant is just asking, is just seeking to place 4 units under the current footprint that they're under. That raises a fair question. Why can't a special use permit be granted instead? Not a variance, but a special use, which allows the use permit that covers a special use that isn't covered in the zoning ordinance, rather than removing an ordinance that protects the entire area. This is not just about one property. It's about the precedents we set and the values we uphold as a community. I urge you to pause, reconsider, involve more comprehensive studies from groups such as Coastal Federation. The unknown heres are too great and the potential consequences too lasting to rush this. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Jarvis Williams. I own several businesses right there in the heart of Buxton. We've been developing that since Ray Sturza, before Donna and all that happened. I've never heard of this zone before. And in '94, I was there when we were zoning Buxton. This was never brought up. And for most of you know what I've got there, the gas station, the car wash, and so forth and so on. And back then, we were under the understanding that it was zoned for business. Nothing to, if it was a permitted use, we could do it. This never came up. So in the meantime, here in the last couple of months, I've tore down a 98-year-old building. It's been approved for a building to replace it, just for an investment as a leased out building. I'm waiting on the building permit for the engineering to get completed. And I hear another concern is they may put a moratorium on building permits because of this zoning. And personally, I don't think that overlay should go over Buxton commercial area. You go from, it's C2 out on the beach, but if you go from Lighthouse Road south, it's C3 through the heart of Buxton business. And we had never heard this ever. And I've been dealing with the county since '88. So I'm asking for not to be a moratorium on the building permits, and I'm in favor of the way the county is doing business, trying to do away with this. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good morning. I'm Joe Anloff with Anloff Engineering. I'm here on behalf of OBX Timber Trail and the development. I'd like to relay to you a real-world experience. As a consultant and as a professional engineer, landowners contact me when they want to purchase a property or develop a property, and they say, what can I do with the property? So the first thing you do is you look at the zoning ordinance, and you go to the zoning district, and you read through the allowed uses. And then that's followed with an email. There I tell the client, this is what you can do with your property. I've been doing this for 29 years. I have the occasion to read the Dare County ordinance on a regular basis. I've never seen the SED1, this zone of influence, in 29 years. The indexing that people claim exists does not exist. When you have a property that's in the S1 zoning district, you only read the S1 zoning district language. You do not go to other zoning districts and look to see what can you do in the SED1, what can you do in the R3, what can you do in the C2. You don't look at that. You look at the S1. There are 0 references in the S1 zoning district ordinance language that point you to look to this zone of influence. There's 0 references on the GIS. There's 0 references in any zoning map that the overlay or the zone of influence even exists. So when I write that email to my client, I say, this is what you can do, and it's wrong, like grossly wrong. He can't do 10 units per acre. He can only do 3. It creates a very significant situation where there's a lot of liability or exposure to someone such as myself and the county. So when I worked for Woda Cooper on the affordable housing projects, one of the first things I did when I met with them is I said, look, this is a long county. You need to have units in the northern beaches, in the tri-villages, in Buxton, Frisco, because it's unrealistic to expect someone from the North Beaches to drive down to work in Avon or to work in Buxton, if that's the only place that affordable housing exists. We looked at properties in the Buxton and Frisco area, and we looked at them from a feasibility perspective, not knowing that this existed. Instead of doing 10 units per acre and a 5-acre property and getting 50 units, you can get 15. It makes all that property ineligible for any affordable housing options, which is a very important thing. And I've heard during some of the comments that people are concerned about water quality and the environment. So in the North Carolina Administrative Code, there are rules that govern separation between potable drinking water supply wells and on-site subsurface wastewater systems or surface supplied wastewater. The setback from a well, potable water supply well or community well, to a system less than 3,000 gallons per day is 100 feet. To the separation between a wastewater system and a potable drinking water supply well for systems over 3,000 gallons per day is 500 feet. There is a 1,000-foot area of environmental concern around the center line, that's from the center line of that well field out, in which no wastewater systems are allowed. So that's 1,000-foot separation between a subsurface wastewater system and that potable water supply system. That's 2 times what North Carolina Administrative Code requires. So you have North Carolina Administrative Code that protects the well field. You have the AEC that protects the well field, and you have the SED1 zoning district that protects Buxton Woods. This zone of influence, the removal of this zone of influence text amendment does nothing to compromise Buxton Woods, the vegetation in Buxton Woods, and it does nothing to protect the potable drinking water supply system. So with that, I ask that you not table it, that you act to remove it, because it is unenforceable. It is not indexed as claimed. Thank you.
Other public comment here this morning? Anyone else like to speak to this issue here? All right, moving to Buxton.
I want to say
Good morning, Commissioners. Am I clear? You can hear my voice? Yes. Okay. All right. I want to establish.
Please tell us your name, please.
Oh, sorry. I am Marcia Lyons, and I live here in Buxton. And I came down here, I moved to the Outer Banks 50 years ago. And I want to impress upon you how important, what a gem the woods is before you make your decision. I was so impressed that here I was 30 miles from the mainland of North Carolina, and here sat this 3,000-acre Buxton Woods, a maritime woods that was sitting on the edge of the ocean. The woods is, as another person said, it is the largest intact maritime woods left along the Atlantic seaboard. Some of the habitats within the Buxton Woods are unique globally. So here you have these relic woodlands that have been stabilized by oaks and pines and other hardwood species. And then nestled in the middle of it is one of the most unique freshwater habitats, Jeanette Sedge, which is one of the most finely well-developed wetlands on any of the coastal spots of North Carolina. So this really is a gem. So to look at what is being proposed to throw out the wording that we all adopted in 1988 after a lot of hard work does not seem at all sensible or responsible. Here we have something that prevents high-density development, which is very important to the integrity of the woods. This is the intent of the zone of influence, is to protect the actual SED, not for just the aquifer, but for the woods itself. So here you have an ordinance that is going to protect the integrity of the woods by not allowing high-density development. But just as important, and maybe even more important, is the clause about vegetation removal. And in my mind, the county has never enforced that adequately by the letter of the law, because it doesn't matter if it is a campground or a motel or a single-family house, there are guidelines as to being selective and how you have to be selective about the vegetation. And that, all of those two things combined, to me, are going to protect the Buxton Woods SED from salt spray intrusion, from storm damage, from runoff into our wetlands from the pavement. It's going to protect the area from invasive plants and animals, and it's going to add, it's going to protect the plants and animals that are there. The vast majority of amphibians, reptiles, mammals, and birds that live on the Outer Banks require the Buxton Woods, and they couldn't live on any other section. So therefore, I'm saying this 1988 regulation that was put in place should hold, and it doesn't matter if the county made some sort of mistake. It's the easiest thing for the county to throw this thing out. But that's the county's fault that it was not put on a map. It is not the fault of all the work that was put into keeping it there. So please consider that. And also, as was mentioned before, another tangent here is safety. Hatteras Island is unique. We have one little road connecting us in and out. Is it responsible for the county to throw up an ordinance that is going to limit how many people can live here? There is a carrying capacity. It's a safety problem trying to get in and out during storms. And that's a reality. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Jim Lyons.
Thank you, Commissioners, for your work and your effort on behalf of our community. My name is Jim Lyons. I'm here to urge you to continue protecting Buxton Woods, an irreplaceable natural area we fought to preserve in the 1980s. It's more than scenic land. It's a vital classroom for understanding and protecting our coast. There is no bedrock on Hatteras Island. It's all sand. High-density development on Hatteras Island threatens that balance and will worsen future access issues, especially as we face the real possibility that the only access to the island may be compromised in the near future. I'm just as opposed to any high-density development now as I was in 1988. The maritime forest and vegetation there are the glue that binds at Buxton and Frisco. Please uphold the promise to care for these areas and ensure they remain protected now and for future generations. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bud Nelson.
Good morning. My name is Bud Nelson, Buxton resident. Very quickly, I think we're throwing out the baby with the bathwater. I would ask you to at least table this. We could have got, kind of see what's going on. Maybe we can amend this somehow. But I would ask you not to cancel it today. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alan Dufala.
Good morning. My name is Alan Dufala. I also live in Buxton. I'd like the commissioners to just do a couple of things is regarding this whole Buxton Woods, take a look back at the old plats as to where all that property came from. And I think you'll find some names like Mellon and Scaife and folks like that. And I just wonder if their plan in the future was to allow that to become, I'll put it in reference to you. Do you want the Buxton Woods to look like Avon? That's the question. Okay? And that's a very serious question for all of you to ponder here. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ada Howell.
Good morning, Chairman Woodard and Commissioners. I'm here today not to advocate for or against removing the zone of influence language, because honestly, the issue seems a bit complicated, and to me personally, this issue and this process seem a bit rushed. I also respect the opinions of Mr. Gilliam and Ms. Creef. On one hand, I understand that first, all the proper notice requirements were given. Second, the property owner should not be unreasonably delayed if he is only seeking approval for one additional single-family residence, an apartment, on his property. 3, the limitation has been both unknown and ignored for years. And 4, there are already many non-conforming properties within the zone of influence. However, on the other hand, I have the following concerns. 1, if approved, this change would remove the zone of influence designation for property that runs almost 8 miles along the west side of Highway 12. That is a huge swath of property. Second, my understanding is that this designation was created with the help of the North Carolina Environmental Department, now known as DEQ, and was originally a county-state joint project. Yet I'm not aware of any input that DEQ has had into this zoning, this proposed zoning change. Third, Buxton Woods Coastal Reserve is, as you've heard, the largest contiguous tract of maritime evergreen forest on the Atlantic coast. And it is a major source of something called groundwater recharge, which I don't even pretend to understand, but it sounds important. Yet there is very little mention of how this zoning change might impact both the forest and the groundwater recharge. And I don't know that any experts in forest or groundwater have been consulted. I very much respect Mr. Gilliam's expertise and knowledge about zoning, but I don't know if he's really an expert on forests and maritime forests and groundwater. And fourth, I have a concern that the property owner requesting this change is a real estate company who may be seeking to further develop along this corridor once this restriction is removed. I believe this matter needs additional study and input. I realize the change that the property owner is requesting seems small, and he is entitled to a timely response. I was going to suggest a one-time variance until Mr. Allen said that that would not be possible. I did hear Ms. Munden's mention that perhaps a special use permit would be appropriate, but if that does not work, perhaps this entire issue should be put off until there can be some further study done on this issue. Perhaps even a committee could be composed to study it. But it feels a bit rushed and like perhaps every angle has not been fully explored. In closing, I am reminded of the Joni Mitchell line. They paved paradise and put up a parking lot. Thank you.
Yes. Our next speaker is Brett Barley.
Morning, Commissioners. My name is Brett Barley, resident of Buxton, also a member of the Buxton Civic Association. Obviously, there's been a pretty lengthy conversation already, and I feel that you guys have similar concerns to that of the residents down here. I understand this is a difficult situation, but just on behalf of those who can't even be here this morning, asking that you guys table this for the time being to try and find a workaround. It was obviously put into place to protect Buxton Woods along the SED1. And as of a couple weeks ago, we were told there's been no studies done to see if there would be negative environmental effects by lifting this and what could be built. Similar to what was brought up earlier, it's like, you know, obviously we have one person asking for one extra apartment and we're looking to lift an entire 7 mile long, 1 mile wide buffer, half-mile wide buffer zone. What else could come of this? And being that, we are starved for affordable housing, that seems to be a topic that keeps getting brought up amongst this. To me, kind of the concern is more that, we're okay with building 8 and 14 bedroom homes and bringing more people here while causing, restraints on the people that live here to actually live here. And so, it would be easy to throw out this buffer zone and alleviate some of the pressure and have places that we could, create more affordable housing through apartment complexes or whatever. But the easy choice isn't always necessarily the right choice. And so I'm asking that you guys would, make the right choice, looking at the options, figuring out, just because this hasn't been, enforced because people didn't know. If I get pulled over by the Division of Marine Fisheries and I don't know that my fish is too big to keep, I still get in trouble for it. I'm required to know that. And so if the county dropped the ball 35 years ago, that should not now fall upon the citizens and, our town. So
Yes.
just asking that you guys table this, try and figure out a workaround. That's really all we want. So thank you.
Our next speaker is Melody Schwartz.
Good morning. I just want to say, well, my name is Melody Gray Schwartz. I was born in Buxton, raised in Hunters Village in 1956. So I've seen a lot of development here. Way too much. I believe that if this happens, it's going to destroy us. It's really going to be devastating for our island to lose any part of Buxton Woods on the sand side and the woods. Just really think it's going to hurt us, and I ask you, please do not do this. It was put in place in '88 for a reason, and it needs to stay protected. Thank you.
Does anybody else want to speak? Our next speaker is Brian Harris.
Good morning, board. How you guys doing today? Thank you for everything, like Wendy said earlier about the CRC. We have moved so many mountains in over the last year with the Buxton flood sites, now with the jetties. I really hate the fact that we're even having to discuss this right now. I appreciate everybody. Obviously, this thing is very heated. We do not want this turning into another Jockey Ridge or another Wanchese, and it's almost turning into a mixture of both right now. I spent a good deal of time with Noah. He really presents a strong case for this making sense. On the flip side of that, so does Dirk Carter, the SCLC, the Coastal Foundation. Like Brett said, this thing, I think this needs to be tabled. We need a hydrologist, we need some geologists, we need to pull out these old studies the Friends of Hatteras did. And like Dirk did say, the Friends of Hatteras, along with Bobby Owens and the Board of Commissioners, received governor's awards over implementing this in '88. I just think we need to step back and just take some time. And like Commissioner Bateman said, maybe get this into a smaller group to continue the discussions. So thank you guys for everything you've done. Thank you for all the looking out you've done for Buxton. And I hope this is just another one that we can move on and get behind us. So thank you.
No further comment from Buxton.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Chairman, we close the public hearing and we're available for questions. I'm not sure.
Bobby, we got a couple of planning board members here. I'd like to ask them if they have anything they want to say about their recommendation. Mr. Hines, you have anything you want to say?
Come up.
Come on up. Come on up. You're on the planning board, so we want to hear from you.
David Hines on the planning board since 17, Commissioner in Kitty Hawk, so on and so forth. I support Noah's findings at the end of the day. That's why I voted in favor of it.
Okay.
That's all I have to say.
I've heard, and again, this is a clarification question for me. I've heard interchangeable terms of Buxton Woods, Maritime Forest, SED, and quite frankly, I'm a little bit confused. I have an image of Buxton Woods being within the SED area. Is that incorrect? Is Buxton Woods not enclosed? And maybe you don't know this. If you don't, David, that's okay. I just thought I would ask if you did.
I don't know for sure. I mean, I've had extensive conversations on this. I feel like the water fields are in better condition today than they were then. How the fact that it's not come up until now is a little concerning.
That's to say the least. It's frustrating.
That's
to be
right.
honest with you.
That's correct.
37 years and we ain't talked about this?
That's
Right.
because
I've only been on this board since 2012. This is ridiculous.
I
that
think
we've
I've-
got to deal with something like this
I think I've been,
37 years later.
and I think I've been on this board since 17, and my second term as an elected official with Kitty Hawk. I've never heard of it.
But again, I'm trying to separate. My question was designed, maybe even Noah, you could answer it better. And again, David, I wasn't trying to put you on
I
the
mean,
spot.
I don't know the answer. I just don't know how it
Is-
didn't come up before now.
Is Buxton Woods a defined term? And if so, is that area of the defined term within a defined area called Special Environmental District?
To my understanding, yes, the SED1 district boundaries encompass what is the Buxton
Okay,
Woods.
so the jeopardizing or destruction of Buxton Woods is not in question here.
No, sir, because the SED1 language is Dare County's most restrictive zoning ordinance
Right.
as it pertains to the lands of the
Because I
SED.
heard language from public speakers that we are basically jeopardizing Buxton Woods, and I didn't think we were.
No, sir, this language, the SED1 zone of influence applies to lands outside of the SED1 district boundary. The SED1 district was created, like I said earlier, in response to the state adopting the AEC. It gave the county its ability to control their own, land regulations internal to the Buxton Woods, and that's what the SED1 did. It created higher, larger lot sizes. Minimum lot size in there is 40,000 square feet. There is a vegetative removal requirement and site plan requirement for lands being developed internal to the SED1 district that prohibit, over removing of vegetation and things.
You asked the question, is the Buxton Woods defined? The answer is, I don't think anybody could show me a boundary where it is. The Buxton Woods is all the vegetated area where the trees and everything are in Buxton. The Buxton Woods Nature Reserve is a defined area. It's the area that's owned by the state of North Carolina. The SED zoning district and the AEC are defined areas that are protected by the ordinance and by the AEC. But I would say, in a broader sense, the Buxton Woods is bigger than just those areas.
That's very helpful, Bobby, but can you see why some of the why I'm seeking clarification?
Right.
I'm hearing terms used interchangeably by
So-
whoever happens to be at the microphone, and
Well,
I'm trying to
somebody-
discern what we're talking about.
Again, in the SED, nothing changes.
Correct, and my question was basically focused on, is there a special preservation, Buxton Woods, what I think you used the term just now to define a Buxton Woods preserve?
Correct.
That is within the boundary of the SED,
And-
which is remaining untouched, unfazed, unchanged.
Correct, and the AEC covers that as well. And
So I really want to make sure we separate that so that people, again, understand that we're talking about a peripheral buffer area.
so the area that's involved is zoned Commercial 2, Commercial 3, R1, R2, R2A, how many, I can't, this is so C4?
There's C2, C3, R3, R1, I1, R2AH, S1.
And again, Noah, you correctly informed me earlier that within all of those respective zone districts, development exists, trailer parks,
And there's
buildings,
rules,
structures.
and there's rules about development, and there's
And there are
density
rules.
requirements and all that. What you can't, in the C2 zone, for example, you can do anything that the C2 zone allows. You can build a shopping center, you can build a hotel, you can build. Candy Kingdom. You can build anything that the commercial zone allows. What you can't do in that commercial zone is you can't build more multifamily than 3 to the acre. You could come in and put in a series of duplexes, as many as you could fit on there. You could come in and put quadruplexes as long as they were single family. You could do those things because they don't come under the multifamily definition. You could do cluster housing where you put small single family homes, as many as you could get on there. You can do all of those things today, even if this ordinance applies. And you can cut all the trees that you need to cut to make those things possible. And so really what we're talking about is multifamily only.
You have a density, you have the ability in most of those districts to have a density of 10 units an acre. The zone of influence language prevents you from having 4 units under one roof or 10 units under one roof. You could have 10 units under 10 separate roofs, but you can't have them under one roof. The density options have always been in the ordinance. They've been there since '88. They were there again in '93. The language just prohibits you from having it under one roof.
Okay.
So kind of where you are, I'll lay out some.
Hold on.
Okay.
We got, we're gonna walk through this.
Sure.
We're gonna listen to everybody. Hold on, sir. I'll call you. But you got something else you want to say?
Yes, sir. I hate to throw Beth under the
When I
bus.
say Beth and Buddy are back there, I'm gonna give them a chance to say something if they'd like. Thank you, David. Buddy, Beth, y'all have something you'd like to say as planning board members?
Ditto.
Your 30-year building inspector.
I was going to say, I'll defer to him since he was the only.
Buddy Shelton.
Buddy Shelton.
Hi, Buddy Shelton. Come on.
He's planning board, former county employee, building inspector. Ditto, you said?
I said ditto, yeah, yes, sir. If you can put more restrictive units on a property under separate roofs, what's the difference in having them under one roof? I mean, to me, that's the bottom line.
Okay.
Yes, sir. And I was there in '88 and been put in 30 years with the county, and I personally had never heard the word zone of influence, for whatever reason.
That, no disrespect, just blows my mind.
Yes, sir.
37 years later, we're hearing this.
Yes.
I'm sorry, and once again, no disrespect, it blows my mind.
It was language, if I'm right, it was language attached to an SED ordinance where no one was applying for anything in the SED area. There was application in the S1, which the engineer for Onloff explained, so no one had reason to go to a separate district to seek it.
Yeah, and back to the
That's helpful
Southern law
explaining.
enforcement. Like here in this letter I got, Tommy Gray emphasized that the county will continue to work with the state and the public to make sure that all provisions of the ordinance are implemented and enforced. I don't think that's the truth, obviously. They did not make sure that all provisions of this ordinance are implemented and enforced, because nobody even knows what it is. And 37 years later, I'm sitting here looking at it for the first time, along with everyone else in this room. So
When you guys were in your committee meetings, when you guys were discussing all this, was there discussion of the fact of how the Buxton Woods have been affected since this wasn't really, did you come to any determination whether the Buxton Woods were affected, that the reserve was affected, adversely affected because this wasn't really being adhered to? So was there a detriment to, has there been a detriment to the Buxton Woods and the preserve?
Not to our knowledge.
You know, the first thing when I got the packet, same reaction as you. It took me forever to wrap my head around the fact that we had something that had never been enforced. Then, starting at that point, ask that same question as, okay, if it's not been being enforced, what have the effects been? Obviously, I am not a scientist or anything like that, but I did try to look up studies for Buxton Woods and see what had been done, and there were some studies out there. To me, it looks like what was presented in, I believe it was a study in 2021, was that the health of the woods is actually doing really good. There is change of canopy because a lot of it was because of Emily in 93, I believe, took out of all their pines and such that were back through there. Buxton Woods we're talking about, but realize this whole thing is from Frisco all the way up. It is a very healthy forest that goes all the way from Frisco through the center of the island and even out towards the edges. That's, I'm sure, why that overlay is right in that area. But it looked like things were healthy. You know, my question was, where do we go from this point forward? And I think that's the thing. What is done is done. Where do we go? Are we going to, if we do, and I don't know the answer to this question, if we do say we're going to pause, do we have to stop issuing building permits in those areas? Because when you go to pull your building permits is what's going to trigger the site visit for the vegetation, all that type of thing. When you go to inspect somebody's property at that point, what's going to happen? I mean, if they've already cleared their property, but they're not supposed to do it under this ordinance, you know, where are we at? And all of that is what factored into the decision.
And as I understand it, the only thing that's going to stop is if somebody wants to put 4 apartments under one roof. Correct. It's not going to stop. Am I wrong? Because you have, in the middle, right here, right next to Flowers Ridge Road, there's a C.
Nobody can see that.
I know. No one knows what I'm talking about. Right next to Flowers Ridge, there's a C2 district. If Candy Kingdom came down and wanted to buy that up and put one, we can't stop it.
It'd be a permitted use of commercial.
It'd be a permitted use as it stands.
It'd be an administrative approval.
I went,
So, well,
to your point right then, I went through the ordinance, all the ordinances. You can put single-family dwellings with all accessory uses, county facilities, churches, fire stations, home occupation, private clubs, including golf courses and tennis courts, public and private utilities, child care facilities, university campuses, duplexes, mobile home parks, schools, parks, playgrounds, campgrounds, fish houses, residential businesses, hospitals, offices, retail stores, service establishments, indoor recreation, breweries, service stations, storage warehouses, seafood markets, building supplies, plumbing supplies, farm equipment repair, bus terminals, boat engine repair, commercial storage yards, travel trailer parks, package district and dwelling services, vehicle storage, construction material storage, community laundries, industrial equipment repair, truck terminals, wholesale warehouses, concrete plants, and cluster homes. That's all the things you can do that this ordinance doesn't apply to at all.
So that's all permissible
That's all
today?
permissible.
Everything you just read?
Right.
Except 4 units under one roof?
Except multifamily, right.
Got it.
Yeah.
What am I missing, guys?
So I feel like we're, in 1988, we were at a different position that we're in right now. And so, although I don't want to see that density as what either as far as, but I don't think we're talking about the same density that we were talking about in 1988. Density has changed.
And
So-
all the underlying zoning districts that are there have a density limitation. The C2, C3, I1, it's 10 units an acre for any type of proposed structure. The multiple building development, it's 10 units an acre. The S1 has the density limitation. I think 2 of the districts do rely on lot coverage as the limitation at a 30% rate. But there are limiting factors in all of the other districts to how large a development could be for the applicable use. I mean, again, motels in those districts don't have a density limitation.
So someone could put in a 40-room motel.
All right, Buddy, Beth, thank y'all.
Thank
Being willing to come. Bobby, what else did you say you had?
Whatever.
I don't have anything else to add to that unless you all have questions. I mean, your options are to approve the request, deny the request, someone asks about tabling. If you're going to table, then you can table it, but the question becomes why? I mean, there's been some talk about studies and all that. The issue doesn't, the ordinance remains unenforceable whether you table it or you don't table it. And if you do studies, it's still not enforceable. So,
I'm not comfortable, but.
So to that question.
yeah.
This gentleman can go ahead and build what he wants to build, and nothing we can do about it.
Correct? That would be my opinion, is if we
Okay.
can't enforce it as to him.
So why don't we just leave it just like it is and let him build what he wants to build?
If you did that, then we would not enforce it. I can't sue
Okay,
him unless you let
that's your
me.
answer right there.
So
it's a Walgreen world.
So you're not approving his development or disproving his development. What you're asked to do is to do a text amendment. If you deny the text amendment, then you have not changed the ordinance, and he's got to decide then whether he's going to go forward knowing what he knows from today. Because
then he's got a lot.
this isn't approvable by you.
They've been doing it that way 37 years.
If a no motion is taken, the board has chosen to take no action on the proposed amendment. Failure to take no action on the proposed amendment shall be deemed a denial of the proposed amendment unless stated otherwise by the BOC.
But we're not approving a development project at this time. We're only requesting that the language be amended.
So either we change the language or we don't. And if we change it, then he goes forward and pursue it to the current stat. If we don't change it, if you deny the request for the language change, then he's got to make a decision. Does he trust us not to enforce it, I suppose?
Well, you mentioned a moment ago, we had an option to table. And to be honest with you, that would be my first preference. And you also stated we had to have a reason. Well, I don't know about you sitting up here, and everybody sitting out there, but I think we got pretty good reason to table.
I agree.
And
What is that reason, sir? Just so I can be clear and I can understand exactly what that reason is.
I understand where you're coming from. Because, let me just say this. I want to go back to 1988. Of course, I didn't come on this board until 2012. But those commissioners had a valid reason for doing what they were doing, and they were honoring what the citizens of Hatteras Island wanted. I understand what's before us with the S1 and all that, and it's not going to affect that. Simple fact of the matter, it's too much gray there for me. Way too much gray for me to say, yay, let's move forward. I would prefer to table it. And this is me personally. You don't have to agree with me one bit. You can vote the way you want to vote. But I truly believe additional study and find a workaround this to make it work for everybody. And that's my personal opinion, and I'm gonna stay with it. And that's my first opinion.
So give me a mechanism to allow this gentleman to put his 4 properties there, what I just told him he could do it anyway. And then, wait a minute, and then also allow us to develop a advisory board for the people of Buxton and the people that are concerned down there to be in charge of their own destiny, what goes on in that area.
So
As far as Buxton Woods is concerned, it is 3,000 acres. And I understand.
I mean, could I ask what the gray area is? I mean, I see a density of 10 to density of 10. The configuration of it is the only thing here where we're discussing.
It's a question. He could still do 4 units. He could do 10 units. This doesn't, here's.
I understand that.
Right.
I'm
So-
trying to find a way to appease
This has got one
the property
shot written
owners
all
down
over
there, but also at the same time, allow this gentleman to do his building.
I feel like, number one,
like it.
we as a board appoint a planning board to do this and go through this, and they,
Couldn't agree more.
and they have unanimously decided that this needs to go away. Right? That was and they're very smart people. We put them there for a reason, because we trust that they're gonna look out for the best interests of this county. In 1988, it did its job. It's not working now for what could happen. It needs to be totally rethought. And I think keeping it on the books just for the sake of keeping it on the books is a distraction. I think we need to go ahead and take the planning board's advisement to do away with it, and we need to immediately do a group of citizens to come together and really hone in on how you want to zone this to protect what you want to protect. It hasn't been adhered to in 37 years, and everything's good right now. So we're in a time crunch. We've got to work on it now. We can't sit back. But this is really not doing anything except distracting us from what we really want to do, because it doesn't really protect. It's a distraction. That's the way I see it. And I think we've put these planning board members that have sat there for hours and did the digs and did the hard work, and one of them has been our planning, he was ours, for 30 years he's been with this county. And I think it's a discredit to them if we don't at least pay attention to what they've done and the work they've done.
I hear what you're saying, but if we get rid of this and it gets published in every newspaper,
It's going to get published. It's live on TV.
Who's to say there's not 500 developers lined up at the door to build condos in Buxton tomorrow?
It's already been stated it's unenforceable.
In all due respect, Commissioner Balance,
It's
I
unenforceable.
have the utmost faith in our planning department, but sometimes I have my own personal opinion, and I'm not going down the road of another wine cheese. I'm not doing it.
How about my
But this doesn't stop it.
Bobby, how about the question I asked you? Give me a mechanism to make this thing work and appease everybody.
So you've got what I believe is an unenforceable ordinance. And so to Commissioner Creef's question, in my view, if somebody wanted to come do that today, they could come do that.
They haven't.
And NOAA may not issue the permit, but if we got sued, we'd lose. And so.
So there's no.
And so my concern is, it would be, in a perfect world, it would be easy to do what Commissioner Ballot said do, and that would be to get our group together and talk about our problem is the down zoning rule, because anything that we do to restrict development beyond what it's currently restricted at is a down zoning. By that statute, anything that we do that creates a nonconformity is a down zoning and violates that statute. Right. And so our community citizens' hands are going to be tied coming out of the gate because they can't down zone.
Tabling the motion, County Manager, and looking at additional study and finding a workaround is not suggesting down zoning, not from me.
That's what I was trying to get at. If, to what Ms. Balance would want to do is go ahead and approve this to do away with it, then you can't go back to it because it's done. You can't down zone.
But to make it effective, you're going to have to do the same thing that you have to do as if you were starting it from new.
That's what I was getting at. That's my question I'm getting at. Yeah. Okay? If we keep this in place the way it is, and maybe do another round of text amendments to keep this enforceable, or to make this enforceable from this point forward.
Not until the legislature changes that statute that says it's a down zoning, because that's a text amendment that limits the use of.
I'm not down zoning because it's already zoned.
That is an argument, but you've got a zoning ordinance that's unenforceable, and by doing what you've just described, you're creating nonconformities throughout that zone. The statute prohibits that.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm trying, that's the questions I've got going.
That we've been doing that for 37 years.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
So
And it hasn't been a problem until today.
And to clarify, I just want to make sure.
So what's gonna
You
make it a
can't
problem
put
tomorrow?
4 residents under one roof, but you can put on a 1 acre lot. But you can put 10 individual buildings under an individual roof on a lot. So are we really changing density?
You're not changing anything now.
We have work to do.
Can
Apparently we can do it
I
already.
speak to say that when you read an ordinance, you're conveying property right to that person. And so
and I'm a property rights guy. You're not, to your point, you're not changing. I just did a 24 RV site in Frisco, in S1, 24 RV sites with like 2 separate wastewater systems. The wastewater systems are in the SED1 zone because that's allowed. And they're like 2,000 gallons per day each. Up to 50% of those RV sites can be cabins. You're not effectively changing anything. The densities that you can put in the S1 in Frisco are off the charts. We're just focusing on multifamily. And again, with the affordable housing crisis being what it is, affordable housing under one roof is the only way to do it economically. You can't do 10 roofs and make it affordable. You have to do one building with 10 units in it. And it significantly and unfairly, in my opinion, limits that multifamily option. And, you know, people are concerned about people lining up. There's only so many properties left in Buxton and Frisco that are large enough to actually accommodate any number of units.
Right.
When we looked at it,
And that's the big difference between 88 and now. A lot of this property that was these large swaths of property are not there anymore. Somebody would have to buy up a couple different properties, and
it's just not
I just see it
available.
as a distraction, and I think we need to focus on how do we protect what we have with what can actually be protected? Because right now, it's not protected under this zone.
When I went to the Buxton Civic Association meeting 2 weeks ago, it was told to me that a hotel couldn't be put on a 1 acre piece of land. In your packet, there's a picture I'll show you of what a quadplex looks like and what a 60-unit hotel looks like. You want to guess how many acres that 60-unit hotel sits on?
1 acre.
3/4.
1.5. But you can go in there right now, somebody could bring me a site plan for a 60-unit hotel on a piece of land, zone C2. It's an administrative approval. They bring me a site plan. They bring me their septic approvals. I review it and I issue it, as long as it meets the requirements of the ordinance. But somebody brings me one for 4 single-family dwelling units, I'd have to deny it because of this language, which, you know,
Do you
again,
have to
isn't
deny it,
enforceable.
though?
Well, it's not enforceable. Why keep something in an ordinance that's not enforceable? What are you achieving?
So
40 years.
Makes no sense.
let me, I'm gonna try to go back to Rob's question, because I'm still not clear on that. Are we just trying to remove the zone of influence or the entire SED one?
Just the zone of influence language, the density limitation and the vegetation removal requirement. Nothing for land zone SED1 will change.
And to be clear, my applicant is only looking at the density. The vegetation part was something that came out of the planning board.
Planning board recommended removal of the zone of influence language in its entirety. The zone of influence language doesn't pertain to the SED1 district. It only pertains to lands outside the SED1 district.
You're saying, Noah, I can put a 60-unit hotel on a 1.5 acre parcel today, perfectly authorized, but I can't put a 4-unit under a single roof on a 1 acre property?
Correct.
Why am I the only one that thinks that's nonsensical?
It is nonsensical.
Am I
I
crazy
agree,
here?
but they put it in to stop a 40 unit.
I don't get it.
In 1988, you guys wanted to protect, and it did that in 1988, but it is not protecting anymore. It has to be completely reevaluated, and we have to work quickly to try to figure out a way to protect it. But this doesn't do anything to protect anything.
Let me do this. In fairness to Mr. Fairbanks, I'm going to ask him, he had some comments he wanted to make, and yes, you can speak after Mr. Fairbanks. He's in the back. Mr. Fairbanks, you back there? Yes, sir. Yeah, come on up.
Thank you. I'm a little confused on multifamily housing units because the way I read the rule, and I don't know if it was an article, it may have been somebody else's interpretation of it, it was termed family housing unit. Didn't matter if it was 1 roof, 10 roofs, 100 roofs. If a family can live there, it's
I think they clarified that, sir.
okay.
I'm with you. I wasn't clear as well.
Right. And then it is protecting stuff. We don't have condo developments. We don't have housing developments. It's never been done there. There's a few that snuck in here and there that don't meet the requirements. There's some areas that have vegetation more cut down that shouldn't have. But because, because I'm speeding, doesn't make it okay for you to speed. You know what I mean? It's the same thing. If I'm breaking a law, if I'm breaking a rule doing something else, it doesn't make it okay for everybody to do it. Let's just close your eyes and break rules. The rules are there.
But they've never been, that's what they're saying, though. They've never been adhered to.
What hasn't been adhered to? How many
The bigger issue,
know?
the bigger issue is that if you wanted to come build a house on your lot, and I'm going to make this up, let's just say you wanted to build a 4-bedroom house on your lot, and in the residential zone, you're allowed to have a 4-bedroom lot. So you come and see Noah, I want to build my house. He goes to the residential zone, he says, oh, you can build a 4-bedroom house, you're good to go, here's your permit. So, but you now have some overlay district in some other zoning district that doesn't even apply to you that says, oh, you can only do a 2-bedroom house. You build your 4-bedroom house because there's no way for you to have known that. That's our problem. Our problem
Right.
is
And
you would no more go look in the industrial zoning district to build your residential house than you would go look in the SED district because it doesn't apply to you and there's nothing anywhere that would tell you that you need to look at that. And there would be no reason, unless you're going to read the whole zoning book to determine how to build a house, you're not going to know that.
No, and I understand
So
that.
that's the problem that we have
Right.
and why it's not.
I fully understand
Sorry,
that,
had been
but
enforced, that
right now we know about it, so let's put it on the books, let's put it on the
Well,
GIS, let's put it in all the,
Except that becomes a downzoning that violates that statute.
but it's
back
been in place. Just because it hasn't been enforced doesn't mean it's not in place.
It hasn't been enforced. It wasn't properly indexed. Therefore, it's not an enforceable ordinance. To make it enforceable, you have to do a text amendment. A text amendment creates the nonconformity. That's what we're here today about.
Right.
Is a text amendment. You'd have to do a text amendment to bring it into conformity. That would then be the downzoning trigger.
Right. To me, I don't think it's something we should be voting on today. I think we should table it and look at it still. There's too much at stake. It's not just his one, I'm all for, yeah, I'd be upset too, and I would want to be able to add my apartment, the one apartment in my retail space that's got 3 parts. It's a retail space with 3 apartments above it, and you want to take one of the smaller retail spaces down below it and make another apartment. I'm all for that. I don't have an issue with that. He's not building a bunch of stuff. He's not doing this. But to vote on to lift 8 miles by a half mile, to open it up for everybody is, in my mind, ridiculous.
Thank you, Mr. Ferry.
Bobby, can we-
Let me call on Mr. Carter, and then as soon as Mr. Carter finishes, we'll open back up.
There were 3 points that came up I just wanted to respond to. One was your question about what is Buxton Woods. I think Bobby gave kind of a good overview of how it's been partitioned out into the Coastal Reserve, the AEC, but Buxton Woods, before there was any development, is that whole forest, that whole area. When this zoning was done, the SED was put on place, what I would call the core area of the forest. This was added, the amendment itself says the buffer area to the core area. It was recognized that it was a part of the whole forest and had importance in buffering that core part. So both the buffer language and even the zone of influence, what's being influenced.
But the buffer language only protected against one thing.
It protected
4 units under one roof. That's the only thing that language protected.
No, it
Then the
protected
list you
against.
read us is
Everybody's
incorrect, sir.
looking at the use. There's also a requirement in there that all the vegetation protection of the SED, when you do any type of development or subdivision, applies to that development within the zone of influence.
I'm struggling here. Again, I feel like you're making a statement that is simply not true. I'm looking at our planning director shaking his head. No.
The language only states that you can remove enough, the zone of influence language states that you can only remove enough language to place the principal use structure and associated improvements on site. There is stricter language in the SED for vegetation removal that only applies to lands internal to the SED. As Mr. Carter was stating, it doesn't apply the entire vegetation removal that's in the SED. It applies one line out of that language, and it says removal of enough language to place the principal use structure and associated improvements. It doesn't apply to the rest of the language that's in the SED that talks about the size of tree that can be removed and all of that. You know, the SED has a way more restrictive set of vegetation requirements than what the zone of influence language
You agree with that,
says.
Mr. Carter, or you disagree with this statement of fact? I'm just trying to get clarification because we continue to get different versions or.
Can I read it to you?
Yeah, I'm just asking, was
Okay.
he incorrect?
I'll just read it to you. It says, this is in the zone of influence. All subdivision and all development projects within 1/2 mile of any SED1 zoning district, which are subject to site plan review, shall conform with the land clearing provisions of the SED zoning ordinance.
Then what our planning director said would have been incorrect based on what you just said.
We read that as applying the same land clearing to preserve as much vegetation as you can within the SED to the zone of influence.
It directs you to one section of the ordinance in the zone of influence. It references you to E, special SED1 standards, parent 1. It doesn't say all the other parents apply. Parent 1 ends, site alterations shall not occur prior to the issuance of a building permit unless otherwise authorized. Trees shall not be removed except as necessary for the construction of the principal structure, accessory use, parking area, driveway access, septic tank field. Land disturbing activities and site alterations shall not exceed the minimum necessary to provide for the location of the principal use structure and accessory use improvements.
So that's what you said previously, Noah.
Previously, he said that.
So what are you disagreeing with, Mr. Carter?
There are further restrictions that apply to land zone SED1 that this zone of influence doesn't reference. It doesn't subject that property to those requirements. It only subjects you to that one.
It's in your packet.
There you go. That one parent.
You disagree with that, Mr. Carter?
No, I agree with that totally. What I'm trying to point out is all the talk is about you can't put a fourth unit and that this is all this is about. It's not, because that's a pretty substantive requirement if it were followed to minimize the disturbance for every type of development that occurs in every zoning district within that influence area. And that's important. The other point, this is, what we're kind of talking about here is it doesn't make a lot of sense to allow development that could have a footprint and impact of this level that would be comparable to a 40-unit condo. That was actually what was proposed that gave rise to this influence area. In some ways it doesn't, but does it really make sense to eliminate that protection because something else is allowed that could have that impact? That's how I would encourage you to look at it. And then the final point is this being unenforceable. I guess this is what lawyers are for. You have your lawyer, you're going to listen to Bobby, I'm sure, but we look pretty hard at what indexing means under state law. And we couldn't find anything that provides a substantive standard for how well an ordinance has to be indexed. The only case we could find was one where the local government filed their ordinance in the wrong place. And the court looked at it and said, well, it was filed, but even though it was in the wrong place, you've met the spirit of the law. And the law says you got to file your index. It's got to have an index, something that references, it's not just a bunch of words, it's got an index to it, and it's got to be available to the public. So if it is that, and in our view, it's been that way for 37 years, if you wanted to look at it, and if you're serious about doing work, dealing with your zoning ordinance, you would be able to find that, apply it, enforce it, and it's adequately indexed. So those are the 3 points.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. With that being said, for the very reason that we just experienced this last 5 minutes, I'm going to put a motion on the floor to table for 90 days so that we can study this, try to iron out exactly what we've been discussing just the last 5 minutes between Noah and Mr. Carter, and find a workaround. No disrespect to our planning board, because I've sat on this board since 2012, and I've listened to every single thing that they've done. I've always supported them, but there's too much gray for me to make a decision today. And out of total respect for the citizens of Hatteras Island, there's too much gray there, and I'm making this motion for that very reason, out of respect for the citizens of Hatteras Island, and so that we can work this out and find a workable workaround with respects to tabling this for 90 days.
I'll second that motion.
All right. Motion on the floor. It's been myself. It's been seconded by the vice chair. The floor is open for further discussion.
I'm good with that.
In addition, I would make an expanded motion, or add this to your motion, sir, that we retain a formal written legal opinion within
Yes,
the
sir.
next 90
Amen.
days.
Yes. Absolutely.
Not in conjunction with the county attorney.
Absolutely.
But because frankly, no matter what we decided today, I see a lawsuit coming one way or the other. So please add that to your motion.
Absolutely. The maker of the motion will add that to the motion. Will the second?
Second agrees.
Agree? That's added to the motion. The floors continue to be open for fellow commissioners' comments.
I don't know if it's something you'd add to the motion, but can we put something in play as far as a committee or some sort of?
Well, that's part of the motion, that we study it as a board, and we can involve the planning board, and we can involve citizens of Hatteras Island, and we can involve our planning director. I'm not limited it to anybody specific. Be the pleasure of the board for that. Who would you prefer to be on that? I'll ask the pleasure of the board.
I wanted it to be, and 90 days is not enough time for get the public involved in what they want in their area. But we need to do that in the future. That worked in Kitty Hawk when we did it.
Yeah.
And it can work down there.
I certainly think we can do that down the road, absolutely.
And we need to look at a timetable on House Bill 24 too, because if we
Yeah.
were to get this removed, if we had some kind of an idea on when we could downzone again, then we could maybe potentially get rid of this and then change the text and rezone it in a better way than what we have now.
Bobby, the legislation, they should come back, you think, by the end of their fiscal year with their,
End of our fiscal year?
I'm hoping by the end of June.
I don't know if I know the answer to that. I know that, I think crossover is the 8th, I believe. And so the work starts getting done. I'd be surprised if they're through with all their work by July 1st.
Okay.
Well, we got 90 days on this. I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous. We're going to take a 5-minute break. Back to order, and I'll turn it over to the county manager.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, that brings us to item 6 on the agenda. Shannon Glazer's here to present to us the Governor's Award for Volunteer Services. Before we start that, I would say that any of you that receive an award this morning, I know you've hung around for a long time, but if you would hang around just for a minute till all the awards are done so that we can get some pictures out here of all the award recipients. So with that, Shannon, I'll turn it over to you.
And Shom, I owe you an apology. I should have made a text amendment at the beginning of this meeting to reverse Facts 6 and 7, and I overlooked that, and I apologize. And I want to thank you all for your patience out here that's getting ready to get a Governor's Award for Volunteer Service. So please accept my apology for it. y'all having to sit through.
Appreciate you volunteering and sitting through this meeting.
That was better than civics class, wasn't
Yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you for having us. I am the Friends of Youth Program Coordinator, and I also facilitate the Governor's Awards each year. Once all the nominations have been received and reviewed, we send them to the State Commission for confirmation. We are allowed to submit 10 every year, and this year we did have 13. So our group had to cut that down to 10, which was very difficult. We have some amazing people that volunteer in Dare County. The first person I'm going to call up today does not know that they are receiving an award. So the first person I'm calling up is Aria Thompson. Aria Thompson was nominated by Sandy Pace. Aria is a young 11-year-old volunteer who has a huge heart for working with seniors at the Virginia Tillett Community Center. She has been volunteering for the past couple of years and has become a big part of the Tillett Center senior group family. Aria spends her summers and school breaks helping to serve lunch to the seniors. She delivers food trays and beverages and helps with cleanup once lunch is over. Aria helps out with many other activities at the Tillett Center, including calling out bingo and helping with art projects. She makes a lot of the older adults feel special and has shown unconditional love to them. As a result, they look forward to her being there and have all adopted her. Aria has also helped with Tillett Center special events and helps Amy in the front office working on tasks that include stuffing and labeling envelopes, writing daily activities on the whiteboard, and helping to organize a variety of items. According to her nominator, Aria loves to spend time at the center and prefers doing that over many other activities that she could be doing. And Aria is our youngest Governor's Award volunteer recipient for Dare County. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Next, we have Kathy Dagg, and she was nominated by Addison Orndorff. Is Kathy here? Come on up, Kathy. Kathy Dagg has had a huge impact on the North Carolina Aquarium on Roanoke Island, specifically in the facility's Sea Turtle Assistance and Rehabilitation Center, which is the STAR Center. Every year, the aquarium takes in hundreds of sea turtles in need of medical assistance so that they can be treated and recover before being returned to the ocean. According to her nominator, Kathy may be their most dedicated volunteer at the STAR Center. She has excellent attendance, volunteering for approximately 500 hours last year. She is always willing to help out the staff and other volunteers. Kathy is so knowledgeable about rehabilitating sea turtles and passionately shares that knowledge by teaching others. She does an excellent job educating the public as streams of aquarium visitors walk through the STAR Center each day. Thank you, Kathy. Congratulations. One more photo. Thank you. Now we have Leonard Schmitz, and he was nominated by Elizabeth Trimble. And I did receive an email this morning from a previous Governor's Award nominee, and she said that your wife makes the best cookies for the masses.
That helps get the volunteers.
It does.
For my beach grass.
That's right. As an active member of the Southern Shores Civic Association, Lynn contributes to a variety of projects. Recognizing the increasing need for more accessible facilities, Lynn is actively involved in fundraising efforts to create handicap-friendly beach crossover accesses. To date, these efforts have raised over $7,000 for the project. 12 now. Wow, look at you. In 2004, he spearheaded efforts to plant 60,000 sprigs of American beach grass alongside other like-minded volunteers with Better Beaches OBX. He also led efforts to collect and place about 800 to 1,000 Christmas trees on the dunes to trap blowing sand and stabilize the dunes. Lynn has spent countless hours volunteering with the NC Coastal Federation in their oyster recycling program, which aims to restore wild oyster populations by returning oyster shells to the water. Lynn is also an active volunteer with the Network for Endangered Sea Turtles, NEST, spending countless hours from May through September helping out with all aspects of the organization's mission. Lynn's community dedication to volunteering also extends into the neighboring town of Duck. He has been a key volunteer for initiatives such as beachgrass planting, litter collection, the Duck Jazz Festival, the town's 4th of July parade, and community celebration, as well as various smaller educational and entertainment events. In 2024, Lynn devoted over 500 hours to volunteer service. Thank you. Thank you. Up next is Ashley Scout Shillings. And she was nominated by Sherry Fivish. Ashley Scout Shillings exemplifies a remarkable commitment to volunteering with OBX Room in the Inn. Her extensive educational background, as well as her professional experience as the grants manager for Outer Banks Community Foundation and as the special events coordinator for Jeanette's Pier, make her uniquely qualified for her volunteer roles with OBX Room in the Inn. Scout has generously devoted countless hours to the Room in the Inn mission, serving tirelessly as the vice president and treasurer of the board of directors. She has not only created and managed all of the organization's marketing and social media accounts, but has also played a crucial role in organizing fundraising events. Additionally, Scout has applied for and secured many grants for the organization. According to her nominator, Scout's diverse skills are unparalleled. She brings expertise in nonprofit management, grants management, financial oversight, community outreach, fundraising, marketing, and event planning. Her unwavering dedication has been a true blessing to our agency, directly benefiting the homeless adults on the Outer Banks. Our next award winner is Frank Dale Draper. I'm glad you made it.
Thank you. It's an honor.
Dale was nominated by Jennifer Albanese. Dale Draper has dedicated 20 years to volunteering at Interfaith Community Outreach, engaging in outreach interviews to assist residents facing temporary emergency crises. His unwavering commitment to helping those in need showcases his deep sense of compassion and responsibility towards his community. Beyond his work at Interfaith Community Outreach, Dale serves actively on the Marine Corps League and has served on the Dare County Veterans Advisory Council and Mano al Hermano. He also volunteers extensively with All Saints Episcopal Church in Southern Shores. His notable achievements include orchestrating numerous successful community events and providing crucial support to families during times of hardship, thus addressing critical needs within the community. His impressive career in national defense and intelligence at the Pentagon, particularly in naval intelligence defense, has equipped him with exceptional skills that he brings to all of his volunteer efforts. Dale's ability to connect with individuals on a personal level, offer practical solutions, and provide emotional support demonstrates his unique skills and exceptional attributes as a community leader. His leadership qualities are evident in his capacity to inspire others to join the volunteer efforts, fostering a spirit of cooperation and empathy within various organizations.
Jeez. I didn't know I did that. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh. One more, Dale.
I don't know if I can stand. Got it?
All right, you
got
ready?
it? Yes, got it.
Got it?
Got it. Thank you, thank you. Oh, I take this with me?
You take that with you. Up next is Melanie Salinas. Melanie was nominated by Taylor McConnell. Melanie Salinas is a high school student who volunteers at North Carolina's Aquarium on Roanoke Island. She's enthusiastic about the topics that she talks to guests about, whether it's while educating them at the extremely popular Stingray Touch pools or while sharing information with guests while manning one of the aquarium's roving discovery carts. Melanie is always willing to volunteer when asked to serve at an aquarium birthday party or other event, often attended by more than 20 children. Currently, Melanie is in the process of being trained by this facility's dive staff so that she can become a volunteer diver. According to her nominator, Melanie loves the aquarium and always shows her passion for the field of marine biology. She is energetic and engages well with staff and guests. Thank you, Melanie. Thank you. Our next award winner is Interfaith Community Outreach. So come on up. You can hold on to the podium if you need to. Oh, okay. Got it?
Just kind of stiff. Let me get behind. Okay, you get it.
Interfaith Community Outreach was nominated by Lee Brinkley.
4 more. We got 5 more.
That's all right, we're coming.
The whole crew, all of them, oh, big amount.
Everybody.
Go ahead.
All right.
Hold on, Dale.
The Interfaith Community Outreach, ICO, has been in existence for almost 20 years. During that time, the organization has made a lasting and continued impact on the lives of residents in Dare and Currituck counties. Since its inception, there have been well over 15,000 families served, over 1,000 served annually, with ICO averaging $400,000 to $500,000 in outreach annually, a number that is increasing each year. During the past 20 years, ICO has grown in its program areas to include recovery, home rehab, cancer support, and most recently, during the past year, mental health support. ICO is one of the most well-known and most accessed nonprofits in our community. They are a trusted community partner with our local community foundation and a valued community resource for residents. ICO is run almost entirely by volunteers and funded by grants and donations. The organization has 1 full-time and 2 part-time staff members who rely on more than 80 volunteers to fulfill their mission. As a team, volunteers for ICO volunteered approximately 10,000 to 12,000 hours during 2024. Interfaith Community Outreach's vision is bridging the gap where no one will face an emergency crisis alone. Thank you all. Come on up.
Fran, you little, come on. We can go outside too. Oh, Lord, don't fall.
Biff Jennings has been volunteering with the Dare County Special Olympics for many years as a coach, special event volunteer, and overnight chaperone. Biff also uses his skills as a professional photographer, spending countless hours taking photos at sports practices, competitions, and special events. Not only does he take the photos, but he also spends hours in the post-production editing process. He then gives parents, coaches, volunteers, and Dare County Special Olympics free access to all of those images. He puts himself in many difficult positions throughout the filming process, filming equestrian events, polar plunges, dances, sporting competitions, and many local and state level events. Biff will also transport athletes who do not have rides to ensure that they can make it to practices and competitions. He is selfless in the giving of his time and talents. He has improved the local program's footprint in the community with his amazing eye and sharp images that showcase each and every athlete and what they are capable of achieving. Biff helps chaperone overnight state-level competitions and is willing to do whatever it takes to assist everyone to make sure that they have the best possible experience. He makes himself available to the Special Olympics athletes no matter what he is asked to do. According to his nominator, Dare County Special Olympics is blessed to have Biff. He can be counted on as a volunteer and truly cares about our special needs community, wants to see them all be all that they can be while supporting them in their endeavors. Thank you very much. We also have Dare County Teen Court volunteers nominated by Andrea Pazzo. So if I could have the Dare County volunteers come up. Come on up. Y'all can just kind of spread around. So today we have some of our middle school, high school volunteers and 2 of the SROs that volunteer with Teen Court as well. Middle and high school volunteers with Dare County Teen Court meet monthly and serve in various roles in this restorative justice diversion program for youth ages 11 to 18 who have been charged with a misdemeanor crime. Volunteers serve in every aspect of the court proceedings. They may volunteer to serve as jury members, jury foreperson, bailiff, clerk of court, prosecuting and defense attorneys, and even judge if over the age of 18. Their carefully considered opinions apply and teach restorative justice to the benefit of their peers. Each participant takes an oath of confidentiality stating that they will not divulge anything about the case that they are hearing. According to their nominator, as the parent of 2 First Light High School graduates, I have attended hundreds of youth events in Dare County from T-ball games to senior dance recitals. Dare County Teen Court participants quietly and faithfully attend their monthly cases after completing a full school day without an audience watching or applause expected. On average, 15 volunteers are present for each case, with an average of 20 cases being heard over the year. In 2024, many of the student volunteers also participated in monthly training sessions during the summer months to help increase their knowledge of the judicial system and to practice their roles as members of the Teen Court team. So, thank you guys, and come on up. Come on up, guys. Come on up around here. I won't bite. All right, our final award recipient is Jim Bailey, nominated by Drew Pearson. Hi, how are you? Good, thanks. Jim Bailey was nominated in the category of Lifetime Achievement Award. After moving to Nags Head, Jim jumped full force into volunteering with the Outer Banks Repeater Association, the area's local amateur radio organization. Jim saw the vulnerabilities that our public safety and transportation infrastructure face with the land that barely rises above sea level, being surrounded by water on all sides. Knowing Mother Nature would test those vulnerabilities each and every day, Jim quickly took leadership roles, teaching classes, providing mentorship, setting up equipment, supporting community events, and serving as Dare County's amateur radio emergency coordinator. As coordinator, Jim spent hours and often days away from his family during numerous hurricanes and tropical storms in the Emergency Operations Center's ham shack. There, he undertook efforts to ensure seamless communications between other ham radio stations and town, county, state, and federal public safety officials. In 2016, when the new Regional Emergency Communications Center, Emergency Operations Center was being built, Jim's expertise ensured that a cost-effective, state-of-the-art amateur radio system was built, moving out of the old ham shack closet and into a true communications room. As a volunteer, Jim has also taught countless hours of classes, assisted with testing new operators, and helped organize and deliver communications support during numerous local community events, including marathons and triathlons. After 20 years of untiring volunteer service, N4 ACT has stepped down as Dare County's amateur radio emergency coordinator and is stepping back from leadership roles with the Outer Banks for Peter Association. His legacy of service will be remembered by those who follow in his footsteps, along with countless others that he has touched with his service across our state. Thank you very much. That's everybody.
Thank you so much.
If those of you that received an award will go right out here with Caitlin, please. Chairman, that brings us to item 7 on our agenda. We have Deputy Chief Tom Francisco here to present the Governor's Award for, to present the proclamation for EMS Week, May 18th through 24th.
He can do the Governor's Award too if he wants.
Put that much pressure on me. It looks like I can fill a room and I haven't even started to talk yet.
Welcome, Deputy Chief.
Welcome. Thank you. Chairman, Commissioners, County Manager. It's my privilege to be here today to present to you the proclamation for your consideration for EMS Week 2025. The proclamation states, whereas emergency medical services is a vital public service, and whereas the members of emergency medical service teams are ready to provide life-saving care to those in need 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and whereas access to quality emergency care dramatically improves the survival and recovery rate of those who experience sudden illness or injury, and whereas emergency medical services is the community's medical care safety net, fills gaps and provides important out-of-hospital care and performs life-saving and time-critical interventions, and whereas emergency medical services personnel serve our community on the front lines, often with personal sacrifices of being away from their families on nights, weekends, and holidays in all types of weather, environments, and face numerous personal risks and threats to ensure our community receives the best care possible. And whereas emergency medical services system consists of first responders, emergency medical technicians, paramedics, emergency medical dispatchers, administrators, emergency nurses, emergency physicians, and other out-of-hospital medical care providers. And whereas the members of emergency medical services team engage in thousands of hours of specialized training and continuing education to enhance their life-saving skills. And whereas it is appropriate to recognize the value and accomplishments of emergency medical service providers by designating Emergency Medical Services Week. And whereas with this year's national theme for Emergency Medical Services Week, which is We Care for Everyone, the County Board of Commissioners, in recognition of this event, do hereby proclaim the week of May 18th, 2020, May 18th through 24th, 2025, as Emergency Medical Services Week.
Motion to approve the proclamation.
There's a motion on the floor by Vice Chairman House, it's seconded by Commissioner Bateman. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Like sign? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you, Deputy Chief.
Thank you all, and I would like to say we are going to have an open house May 17th at EMS Station 1, which is the new, beautiful, big station in Kill Devil Hills, from 10 to 1. Community, absolutely love to have everybody come out, tour the new station, learn a little bit about hands-only CPR, stop the bleed, things like that. So I'd love to see everybody at that beautiful new building.
Great, thank you.
So thank you all.
Chairman, item 8 on the agenda is a proclamation for Older Americans Month 2025. With your permission, I'll read that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Whereas May is Older Americans Month, a time for us to recognize and honor Dare County's older adults and their immense influence on every facet of American society. And whereas through their wealth of life experience and wisdom, older adults guide our younger generations and carry forward abundant cultural and historical knowledge. And whereas older Americans improve our communities through intergenerational relationships, community service, civic engagement, and many other activities. And whereas communities benefit when people of all ages, abilities, and backgrounds have the opportunity to participate and live independently. And whereas Dare County must ensure that older Americans have the resources and support needed to stay involved in their communities, reflecting our commitment to inclusivity and connectedness. Now, therefore, we, the Dare County Board of Commissioners, do hereby proclaim May 2025 as Older Americans Month. This year's theme, Flip the Script on Aging, focuses on transforming how society perceives, talks about, and approaches aging. It encourages individuals and communities to challenge stereotypes and dispel misconceptions. We, the Dare County Board of Commissioners, call upon all residents to join us in recognizing the contributions of our older citizens and promoting programs and activities that foster connection, inclusion, and support for older adults this the 5th day of May 2025.
Pleasure of the board.
I'll make the motion.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Creef.
Do a great job.
Careful, Sonny.
The vice chair looks over to me and he said, "This is especially for you." I'd like to flip the script on aging.
Rob's wearing it proud. He's over going, that's me.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion on the floor by Commissioner Creef, seconded by Commissioner Balance. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous.
So that brings us to item 9 on the agenda, and it's the Dare County Human Health and Services Public Health Community Health Needs Assessment 2024-25 presentation. And Sheila Davies and others are here for that. Oh, Kelly's here for that.
Hi.
Good morning, Kelly.
Good morning. Thank you for having me this morning. Just to give you guys a little bit of a brief summary, this is a very brief presentation. It is summarizing over almost 300 pages of data. So we're going to hit the high levels today. So as far as...
Is that what this brief one is?
Yes, sir. So you all have... booklets that you received. They're also available for those of us in the audience that don't have one. You can go to darensee.gov/HCOB. Yes, sir. Okay. And it's basically, this is a storybook that explains the assessment in greater detail. We're going to cover highlights from that. So our community health needs assessment, it is a vital tool which is used to help improve community health. It can help us identify needs, gaps, health disparities, and other opportunities that we can address to make our residents healthier. North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services requires that local health departments conduct a community health needs assessment once every 4 years. The Affordable Care Act requires that nonprofit hospitals conduct an assessment for the health needs of the people in the communities they serve every 3 years. So since 2013, we have partnered with Outer Banks Health under the umbrella of Healthy Carolinians of the Outer Banks to do our community health needs assessment. So in 2018, we actually joined a regional effort. It's now called Health ENC. It is over 34 participating counties, and this is our third regional assessment. Our assessments can be broken down into 4 parts. We collect secondary and primary data. Then we use that data we've collected to prioritize and create action plans. So our secondary data is information that was basically collected by someone else. So that's going to be data from the CDC, North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services, and so forth. Primary data is information that's gathered firsthand by our local community health needs assessment team. This time we used 3 methods of collecting that primary data. We did a community survey, a focus group, and we also conducted key informant interviews. So after that data is collected and analyzed, we start moving towards the prioritization process. We develop a watch list using the data that we collected. We look into the current services that align with those watch list items, and then we conduct a ranking. From there, Healthy Carolinians determines the priorities, and we move into the action portion of the assessment process. Task forms are developed and action plans are created, and then we share that progress yearly with the community through a State of the County Health Report. So Dare County is a great place to live. Primary data from our assessment indicates that residents feel safe, they value their neighborhoods, and are willing to help each other out. And some highlights from this information: 88% of respondents believe their neighborhood is a safe place to live, 83% believe that their neighbors are willing to help each other out, and 81% reported that they get along well with their neighbors. So a little bit about demographics. Our population is just under 40,000, with the average resident being 48 years of age. We're approximately 50-50 male and female, with almost 85% of our population being white, 6% multiracial, and almost 2% Black. 7.4% of our population is of the Hispanic or Latino ethnicity, and we are generally more educated than the average North Carolina community. We have a higher rate of individuals with a high school degree or higher and a bachelor's degree or higher when compared to North Carolina. So our watch list, we found 8 items throughout this process based on data that we wanted to take a closer look at. In order of the identified importance, we have mental health as number 1, substance abuse, access to health care, cancer, older adults, unintentional injuries, economy, and then health behaviors. So after looking over this data and examining it carefully and looking at current services that we already have in place, Healthy Carolinians determined that we're going to focus on 3 main health priorities for the next 3 years. That will be mental health, substance abuse, and access to care. So some brief highlights. We do look every single assessment, and actually every year as well, at causes of death in Dare County. We compare those rates over multiple years. That helps us see trends in our community. So the numbers on this chart are based on 4-year periods of time with some crossover. And some items that we noted, pneumonia and influenza death rates have been trending down since 2013. Deaths due to suicide as well since 2013. Since 2014, rates of cancer death have been declining. Chronic lower respiratory disease rates have declined steadily since 2016. Cancer remains the leading cause of death in Dare County. The rates of unintentional non-motor vehicle injury deaths have increased since 2013, and death rates for heart disease and chronic liver diseases and cirrhosis have been trending up since 2017. So now we're going to break down the different watch list items. I'm going to go over some brief data with you on that. So the first item is mental health. Suicide is the 9th leading cause of death in Dare County. 47% of community survey respondents identified mental health as a health problem that's impacting our community. We have some good news. The ratio of mental health providers has improved in our community by almost 20%. DARE residents also reported less poor mental health days per month than North Carolina and the United States. We do have a higher rate of crude deaths due to despair. That's going to be a death that is death from suicide, drug overdose, and alcohol-related conditions. That rate is higher compared to North Carolina.
Kelly?
Yes, sir.
We're going really quick, which I appreciate.
Sure.
Crude deaths due to despair. It
Yes,
says
sir.
86.2. 86.2 what?
That would be the rate. So that would be per, I believe that's 100,000.
That's what I was looking for.
Yes, sir.
It's per 100,000.
Yes, sir. Dare County had a 61% decrease in EMS calls for self-harm from 2022 to 2023, and mental health was the second leading health problem identified in the community survey. Substance abuse. When we asked the community survey respondents to identify the most important community health need, 66% identified alcohol and drug addiction, which was actually the most frequently cited community health need identified. We have a higher percentage of adults who reported problem drinking when compared to North Carolina and the United States. We have a lower rate of alcohol-involved crash deaths when compared to North Carolina and the United States. 12.6% of residents received an opioid prescription in 2023, and this number is higher than North Carolina's 11.9%. We have a lower emergency department utilization rate for opioid overdose when compared to North Carolina as well. Access to health care. So Dare County's mental health and non-physician primary care provider to resident ratio has improved since our last community health needs assessment. 11% of Dare County residents 18 years of age and under are uninsured. 29% of residents 19 to 34 years of age are uninsured. Dare County has a lower percentage of uninsured population of the insured population receiving Medicaid, which could suggest there are potential gaps in coverage for low-income residents. However, I do want to make a note that that data was collected prior to the Medicaid expansion in North Carolina, so we anticipate that that will be better the next time we look at that. And then the chart up here illustrates Outer Banks Health growth in both primary and urgent care providers over the last 3 community health needs assessment cycles, along with their projected future growth. Since 2018, they have added an additional 10 providers. Cancer, as I previously mentioned, is the #1 cause of death in Dare County. Community survey results indicate cancer was among the top 3 health problems impacting our residents. There was a 9% decrease in cancer death rate from our previous community health needs assessment process. Colorectal cancer in Dare County is decreasing, and then all other incidences of cancer observed are stable, which means there's been no significant change. Outer Banks Health also opened their 15,000 square foot state-of-the-art facility through collaboration with Outer Banks Health, ECU Health, Chesapeake Regional Healthcare, and the support of the Outer Banks community, and that center was opened in January of 2024. So a little bit about older adults. We have a lower rate of years of potential life lost before age 75 when compared to North Carolina. Our life expectancy at birth is higher when compared to North Carolina and the United States. 70% of our survey respondents felt that Dare County was a good place to grow old. 52% of our population is 45 years of age and older. And cancer and diseases of the heart are the top 2 causes of death among individuals 65 years of age and older. And Alzheimer's disease is the 6th leading cause of death in Dare. Unintentional injuries. Unintentional non-motor vehicle injury is the 3rd leading cause of death in our community. Our last period cited through the assessment shows that 3.6% of a decrease in emergency department visits due to falls. Unintentional falls are the leading cause of injury-related hospitalizations and emergency department visits. And unintentional poisonings are the leading cause of injury-related deaths in our community. So moving on to talk a little bit about the economy, our median household income is a little over $73,000, which is higher compared to North Carolina. However, we know that the cost of living in our community is much higher than the typical North Carolina community. 52% of renters and 24% of homeowners reported difficulty affording their homes. Our top 3 employment industries are retail trade, accommodation and food service, and construction. And then our top employers are Dare County Schools, Dare County Government, and then Outer Banks Health. 5.4% of households are living in poverty, and a little over 8% of households had SNAP benefits in the last year. So healthy behaviors is a little bit of a catch-all. We felt like these 2 diseases specifically, heart disease being the second leading cause of death and cerebrovascular disease being the 4th leading cause of death, we felt that we could put those together because a lot of those are determined by our health behaviors. We have a lower rate of hospitalizations from ischemic stroke than North Carolina and the United States. And a lower percentage of adults in our community have ever had a stroke when compared to North Carolina and the U.S. We have a lower percentage of individuals 20 years of age and older that are diagnosed with diabetes when compared to North Carolina and the U.S., and a lower percentage of adults who live with heart disease, and a lower percentage of adults living with high blood pressure. One of the pieces of the assessment that's really important is we use this data to determine if there are any vulnerable or at-risk populations. And based on the data, we wanted to take a closer look at 2 different population groups. Older adults, 5.1% of individuals are 65 years of age and older are living in poverty. Cancer and heart disease are the top 2 causes of death among individuals 65 years of age and older. We have a rapidly aging population with more than half of our residents being 45 years of age and older. So about 30% of our population is 45 to 64 years of age, and then 22% is 64 years of age and older. We also recognized children as a population that is vulnerable and at risk. Dare County parents spend approximately 27% of household income on child care costs. 11% of children in Dare County are food insecure, which is lower than North Carolina and the United States. 30% of our population under the age of 18 is 200% or more below the federal poverty level.
Would you take one
Yes.
moment on that
Yes.
bullet you just read? What does that mean?
Which bullet?
You just read it, 30%?
The 30%. So that would be twice below the federal poverty level.
So 1/3 of the children aged 0 to 18, 1/3 of them
Yes.
are 200% or more below the poverty level.
Yes, sir.
I don't quite follow, because if I'm 11, I don't really have income. You're saying my family is 200% below.
Let me double check
See, I
how
don't
we got that.
understand.
No, that's a great
It's a
question.
puzzler to me.
No, that is a great question. I would assume it would be the families that is included in that, but let me just double check and pull the data from the assessment, and I'll have Sheila email you with the
Sheila's
answer.
saying, yeah, it is.
It is. Household.
And the federal poverty level is roughly $36,000 a year or something?
Do you remember offhand, either of you remember offhand what that is?
I think it's about 17,000.
Well, then it puzzles.
Family of one. I mean, it depends on the.
Depends on how many are in the family.
Okay, let's make up a number. Let's double it and call it 34. What is 200% below 34? That puzzled me too when I read that statistic.
Isn't that twice below?
Yeah.
That means they're living at, so they're living at $7,000 a year? That doesn't seem feasible either.
There's actually a chart that breaks all of this down as far as like what the numbers are per family. I'd be happy to have that sent to you all.
Yeah, what the 2 numbers that struck me, 1/3 of the children, you're basically saying 1/3 of our children in the county are desperately below poverty level. That doesn't feel right to me, okay? I'm not saying that what you've written here is incorrect or wrong. It's just if I take the entirety of that statement,
Sure.
I said, that's impossible. I'm looking at Wally. Am I missing something, Wally?
Yeah, because right on the economy, it says 5.4% of households are living in poverty in Dare County.
Yeah, so how do a third of our children,
So 5.4% of the households have 30% of the children?
yeah. Oh, okay.
I'll look into it
But that
further.
one just
Yeah, no.
strikes me as kind of a,
That's a wonderful question, and I'll look
outlier.
into that further and
Okay.
follow back up with
keep
you all.
going, Kelly, sorry.
That's all right. We have a higher percentage of homeless children enrolled in school for the 2019-2020 school year when compared to North Carolina and the United States. And then the uninsured rate for individuals ages 18 and below is more than double North Carolina and the United States. So moving into what's next, the Healthy Carolinians of the Outer Banks has determined that we will continue some of the task forces we've already established. So we will continue the Outer Banks Dementia Friendly Task Force or Coalition. They will work to provide education and support those living with dementia, their caregivers, and the community at large. Anyone who's interested in joining that group is welcome to contact Diane Denny. The Breaking Through Task Force is continuing to increase and address stigma related to mental health. Anyone who's interested in joining that group is welcome to contact me. The Access to Healthcare Task Force has reconvened after disbanding in February of 2020 to focus on the COVID pandemic response. Outer Banks Health President Ronnie Sloan and Dare County Department of Health and Human Services Director Dr. Sheila Davies will be co-leading this group. The task force will assess community need using data from the assessment with a special focus on a more robust communication plan to help residents and visitors understand what resources are available and how to access them. Another goal of the communication plan will be to help residents understand access limitations based on a variety of factors, including but not limited to geography, population, and ensuring patient safety. The Saving Lives Task Force and Independent 501 will continue to be invited to our partnership meetings to provide updates, and anyone who's interested in joining that group is welcome to contact Katie Hassler. So we are seeking feedback from the community and anyone interested in reflecting on the process and giving us any suggestions for improvement. There's a QR code there. There is a QR code, I believe, in the last page of your book. Yes, so that you can highlight that. It'll take you to an assessment, and you can give us feedback, and we will pull that into consideration when we start planning our next assessment. Any questions?
I do. It's more of an observation, and it's your Breaking Through task force that
Yes.
I'm focused on.
Okay.
How alarming is it, and again, maybe it's just me, I'm alarmed that the number one issue in our community health assessment was mental health. And again, I'm looking at my friends Roxanne and Wally back there, and Sheila.
Mm-hmm.
What is going on? How can mental health disorder be the number one thing affecting a community like ours in the Outer Banks? We're not in war-ravaged, Gaza Strip or something here.
Sure.
We're kind of living in an incredibly beautiful, caring community. We have access to resources, natural resources, health care, school system that is one of the best in the state. I'm struggling to get what's going on.
So to kind of note a little bit about what you are referring to, the assessment process, it really relies heavily on prioritization. So what we do is we collect that data, our partnership looks at that data, we also look at what services are currently in place. We also include the community as well in the prioritization process. They're able to go in and vote 1 through 8.
Sure.
So a lot of this stuff, while it is data-driven, it's not 100% data-driven. Mental health does continue to be a high priority. Since I moved here, I think in 2007, it has shown up in every single assessment, that and substance abuse. One of the reasons why Breaking Through Task Force was developed in 2016 was because when we looked at our resource inventory of what we had available for mental health and substance abuse in the community, we realized we had a lot of substance abuse specific resources, but not as many mental health resources available. So as a result, Healthy Carolinians opted to form that task force to kind of hopefully even out some of the playing field, for lack of a better phrase. Does that answer your question?
Yes, sort of. It does,
Okay.
helps. And I will finish with a yes/no question.
Okay.
We continue to put resources to help those dealing with, but I don't know that there's anything being done to nip the source in the bud so you don't have more people coming to seek help.
Yes, sir. So that is one of the projects that I am working on, is called Youth Mental Health First Aid. That is an education and prevention component. It trains adults in how to spot problems in youth and adults, and to get early intervention and prevention. But I agree with you wholeheartedly. You know, there definitely is an opportunity there to focus more on prevention with mental health and substance use in our community.
Yeah, thanks, Kelly. It's just very sad for me to see the stats.
I appreciate y'all's time. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly.
Next, we have the Saving Lives Task Forces, the Opioid Settlement Funds proposal for the fiscal year 2026, and we have Roxanne Ballinger and Wally Everman here for that presentation.
You come over here. Okay, that way. Thank you, and hello to everyone. I'm Roxana Ballinger. I'm the Health Education and Community Outreach Manager with Health and Human Services, and that's half my job. The other half is working on this task force and managing the opioid settlement funds. Wally is my co-chair, which I know all of y'all know that. This is Katie Hessler. I'm going to be retiring on June 30th, and Katie's going to be moving into my role with the task force and the opioid settlement funds. So you'll be seeing her a lot. All right. Go ahead. Get those. Well. What is
They're
it?
getting it back there, Matt.
Oh, okay. Okay, here we go. The Saving Lives Task Force wants to present recommendations to you for the opioid settlement funding plan for fiscal year 26. All right. I am. Well, let me see. There we go. Okay. I know some of this is maybe a repeat for some of you, but I know we do have some new commissioners who may not be familiar with this. So this was a historic $26 billion agreement that was reached in 2021. It took 2 to 3 years for the money to start coming down to the states and the local level. And even after all this, there still are pharmaceutical companies that are still settling out. So this has been going on for a while. North Carolina funds, $750 million, came to North Carolina initially. 85% of the funds came to local governments. Estimate of the settlement funds, as you can see, this number is fluid. As more settlements start coming down, that number changes. But this is the estimate we have right now through 2039. So we do a survey every year to get the community feedback in regards to how this funding should be spent. This was our biggest response since we started this. We're moving into our third year. 368 respondents responded to this survey. It was open for 2 weeks. So I'm going to go through just the categories that were on the survey and the percentage of what felt was good use of this funds. So substance use treatment and aftercare, 93% survey participants felt like this was a good use of funds. Support services and treatment for locally incarcerated individuals, 82% was a good use of funds for this one. Social determinants of health, transportation, having deposits, having money to put gas in your car so you can get to that treatment appointment, all these food, things like this fall under the social determinants of health, and that was 81%. A peer support specialist, 81%, good use of funds. Naloxone and fentanyl and xylazine test strips, that was 79% was a good use of funds. Recovery court coordinator, 78%. And outreach, education, and public awareness, 76%. And mobile support services, which is our newest thing that we have out there with our mobile recovery unit, that was 74%. We had 85 respondents that provided comments and feedback. We categorized them into areas. Here are the basic areas that fell in there: criminal justice population, treatment, law enforcement and policy development, prevention and education, and rehab programs, sober living facilities, and supports. So here is the breakdown of the funds. We had a total budget of $383,700. And what we've done, we've worked with our finance person at Health and Human Services to really come up with a budget that would span the years that we are receiving this money, so we can be frugal and diligent with our money and have a budget every year. It changes a little bit based on the money that's coming in and money that rolls over from the previous year. So this year for fiscal year 26 is $383,700. The breakdown that you see in front of you, the peer support specialist, that is a position that is a reoccurring cost that has been approved ongoing. Recovery court coordinator, that is another cost that is reoccurring every year to continue to help support recovery court. Naloxone test strips for community distribution. I do want to say that we have cut back a lot on the dollar amount for naloxone. Reason being is we are receiving most of our naloxone from North Carolina Health and Human Services. So we are not having to utilize this money. So we have cut this back probably by about $50,000. The naloxone we get from North Carolina Health and Human Services, it's not a guarantee of how much we're going to get, and we don't know when we're going to get it. We essentially get an email, that says that it's coming, and that's how that functions. So we have to have something in there as a backup. Social determinants of health, $12,000, and again, that's transportation. That can help with deposits, get somebody into rehab, food, etc. Dare County Detention Center, previous year, we had allocated $50,000. There's definitely a need for services in the detention center. And so that has been bumped up to $60,000 to give them a little extra money for services that's going on inside the jail. Treatment, this is $45,000 would be allocated to Changing Tides, which is a local treatment center here. $15,000 would be going to Dare Challenge to help them. Aside from these funds, we do have the McKinsey funds, which is not a part of the North Carolina MOA. They have decided not to be a part of that for some reason. I don't know why, but that is funds that we're going to be getting for 5 years. It's about $31,000 approximately. Those funds do not fall into the rules of the North Carolina MOA like the other funding does. So that money, that budget will be included in the regular county budget, which it already has been. Any questions on that, any of that? Okay. And that is it for our recommendation for fiscal year 26. And I think Mr. Wally here has something he wants to share.
Thank you, everybody. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, County Manager, I want to thank you for entrusting the opioid settlement funding distribution to the Saving Lives Task Force as you have done on prior years. Hopefully, our recommendations based upon community input and needs via the surveys that we've done will continue to meet with your approval. Recommendations have not always come easy, as there are a lot of needs in the county, but we have done our best with the funding available. There just never seems to be enough money to meet every need that everyone comes to us with in the surveys. Again, thank you for your support through the years, and we look forward to you supporting this proposed budget. Additionally, like the chairman, this is sort of a sidetrack. I appreciate your proclamation for Older Americans Month. He did say that laughter's the best medicine.
Thanks, Wally.
But thank you guys, seriously. Thank you a lot.
Thank you.
And thank these two over here too. We couldn't live without them.
Absolutely.
Mr. Chairman, I recommend approval as submitted.
All right.
Second motion.
There's a motion on the floor by Commissioner Bateman. It's been seconded by the Vice Chair. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Go ahead.
I just was curious, who were the no's? I'm looking at where you guys are saying, let's place the money, and there were no.
Well, you know,
Couldn't figure it out.
I don't know who the no's were, okay? But the survey went out to, I mean, there were professional people who work in this kind of field who answered the survey, and then there were lay people, you know, who answered. So they're going to have a different outlook and a different perspective.
I just wonder,
Yeah.
I mean, the work they're doing, I'm trying to imagine saying, no, don't help that person. What the hell?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Chairman. All right. Once again, motion on the floor. Those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Would you, are
Opposed,
you
like-
planning on this being your budget approval?
Well, the next thing that happens is we have to go back and do the actual resolution, okay?
You got to do a resolution with it?
Yes.
Okay, never
And-
mind,
And
sorry.
that will be submitted next time for the June meeting, if that's what you're referring to, yeah, okay.
Okay. All right. Those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous. Thank you all.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you,
so
ladies.
much.
Appreciate it.
Chairman, that brings us to item 11, and this is the presentation of the recommended 2026 budget and the planned 2027 budget.
Finally, the exciting part.
Yeah, really.
Put this thing in gear, Bobby.
On that note, I'll go to the restroom.
As they say, I've been waiting all day for this.
Okay, go ahead.
You've each got a budget, small budget book.
Small budget book?
Yes, sir. It's a lot smaller than it used to be. Inside
smaller
that,
than the big budget
this
book.
first sheet lists all the changes that you made at the budget workshop. And I think we've had some there, some since, like we got the actual renewal on workers' comp, which was a lot lower. You've got the PowerPoint slides, and I'll go ahead and say the second slide has a mistake on it. There's two numbers, you'll see where they belong. My mistake. And then finally, you've got the water rate model letter on the recommended water rates, right from Raftell.
Are you going to do the slides? Good afternoon. I'm here to present the recommended budget for the fiscal year 2025 and 26 in the amount of $242,865,850, with the general fund at $143,011,201 of that amount. The budget is balanced in accordance with the North Carolina Local Government Budget and Fiscal Control Act and is aligned with the priorities and the directions given to us by the board. This budget presents a planned fiscal year 2026-27 budget as well in the amount of $247,340,675 and the general fund at $145,821,493. The purpose of the county's annual budget process is to develop a fiscally responsible plan that enables the county to accomplish priorities established by the board. And at prior retreats, the board provided the following strategic focus areas. The board directed us to maintain capital planning and stabilization of available funding through the use of a capital investment fund, long-term capital planning, and debt affordability models. It also said to continue our beach nourishment efforts, address the demand for future projects, and determine additional project prioritization criteria utilizing a beach nourishment debt and affordability model. On education, we were to continue our partnership with the Dare County Schools using an agreed-upon formula for the local current expense and the school capital investment fund to adequately fund and address future capital needs. We were to continue the expansion of the College of the Albemarle Dare County through a completed capital project, utilization of the Dare Guarantee, a county-funded local scholarship program, and the addition of the Dare County Early College on the Roanoke Island campus. For our staff, you asked us to maintain our improvements in salaries, our benefits, and our working environment per the recommendations of the salary and benefits study made effective in January of 2023. You directed us to maintain our current levels of services, and you directed us to do all that without a tax increase and with keeping a revenue neutral rate. The recommended budget to you includes no general fund property tax increase. It preserves the high quality of service delivery to citizens, to the property owners, and to the visitors, and it addresses all of those goals to the board. The table in your packet there will show you the original 2025 budget. The requested budget from our department heads is in the second column. The manager's recommended 2026 budget, and then the manager's recommended but planned, you can't approve yet, the 2027 budget. This is in your packet, in the message that you have on the second page. The capital improvements plans will be completed and presented to you with the final budget. The final 2026 budget document will include the capital improvement plan and the capital investment funds, as well as the water CIP and the water fund. At the budget workshop on April 4th, the requested amounts needed did not reflect the Dare County Schools local current expense, the capital improvement funds update, the E911 update, and the water update from the rate model. The April 4th board workshop expenditures have increased since then by $310,659. At the direction of the board, the budget was balanced using a part of the appropriated fund balance and a transfer from the Community Development Housing Fund. And we'll talk about that a little bit more later in the presentation when we talk about revenues. I say that the workshop didn't include the expenses for the schools. We now have those expenses, and those are included in the budget. So let's look at the budget. After budget requests were submitted by all the departments and outside agencies, the requested expenditures were a $9 million increase from the 2025 budget. Our recommended budget, of course, doesn't include a $9 million increase, but it does not include a tax increase either.
If I could just real
Sure.
quickly, that second line indicated an increase in expenditures of roughly 6.8 million on the prior slide.
Correct.
How many additional or expanded services have been added to the county, being It's a loaded question. I don't think we have. I think we're maintaining
Very
our
few.
services and didn't expand, but rather we're being faced with $6.8 million of, frankly, I'll call it inflation-driven increases in materials, salaries, insurance.
Very little new
commodities.
thing. There's a couple of positions, and we'll talk about those in a minute, but there are very few new things included in this budget. Most of what's in this budget is to maintain the current levels to pay the costs that, as you said, are increased by inflation for our software, things that we can't do without.
I'm making a point
Yep.
for a reason. Please
Right.
continue.
Okay. As I said, the recommended budget does not include the property tax increase. It uses a revenue neutral property tax rate of 26.32 cents. Expenditures increased from the original budget by the 6.8 million you just mentioned, and were driven by 2.2 million of that was for Dare County Schools, 1.7 of that was for a cost of living increase for our staff, and 1.7 million was for rate and contract increases for existing items such as retirement, email services, utilities, insurance, Motorola communications, and things of that nature. Let's look first at our revenues. Since the fiscal year 2021, Dare County has experienced an increase in economic activity as shown on this table. Our revenue assumptions for 2026, we look at our property taxes first. The tax base increased to a taxable value of $27.3 billion from the prior year, which was $17.7 billion. And that was a result of our reval, which was completed on January the 1st. Our projected revenue is $70,788,000 using the revenue neutral tax rate of 26.32 cents. And we also assumed a collection rate of 99.67%. The prior year property tax rate was 40.05 cents. Our sales tax are projected using a 2.5% increase for the A39 and the 2.8% increase for the A40 and A42. All of these are based on the NC League of Municipalities revenue projections and recommendations. Our occupancy tax is budgeted at 2026 at 2.5% over the projected 2025 amount. This is lower than the amount that we normally use of roughly 3%. Our sales tax history in the 2026 budget are shown on this slide. I'll talk a little bit. The average property tax rate in North Carolina for 2024 was 64.5 cents with a low of 27 cents and a high of $1.05. Dare County at 40.05 cents in 2024 was the 10th lowest property tax in the state. The NC County Commissioners have not performed the 2025 tax survey, but the effective tax rate, which is adjusted for the sales to assessment ratio for the county, Dare's effective rate for 2024 was 25.3, which was ranked as the fourth lowest. The average was 50.4 with a low of 21.6. To avoid confusion, the adjusted rate is a calculation. It is not a rate that's actually used. What it does is it takes the properties, like we just revaled and ours went up, other places have not revaled, so their values are higher than their tax rates, and it equalizes all that so that you're comparing apples and apples when you compare tax rate, and it adjusts their tax rates to revenue neutral or to get where they would have been had they reassessed. And so when you compare that, then we have the fourth lowest tax rate in the state. As I just said, compared to the 2024 rates, our 26.32 cent tax rate would have been the fourth lowest tax rate in the state. Other revenues are our fees. 2 additional fees have been requested for approval and are included in the budget ordinance schedule. Planning is the mobile food unit permit of $100. In the water department, a water meter test for a pass to have it test. If it passes, it's $100. If they ask us to test it and it fails, then we don't charge them for that. And our fund balance, the 2026 appropriated fund balance of $7,075,000 is within the board's recently adopted policy of 5% or less of expenditures. This was increased from our standard policy, which was 3%, and it was increased to that 5% for the 2026 and 2027 years only. After 27, it would go back to the 3%. It was increased to balance the budget, and it took a 4.95% increase to do that. The 2024 general fund consolidated fund balance ended the year at $125,550,000. The 2024 unassigned fund balance ended the year at $41,784,000, which was $14 million over the board policy of a minimum of 25% of the general fund revenues, and the 2025 results are projected to add a total fund balance of approximately $1 million. At the board's direction, the 2026 budget was balanced with a transfer from the Community Housing Fund of $1 million. The fund will end 2025 with a committed fund balance of $12 million. However, the project for which the commitment was made has been withdrawn by the developer, and so that money remains in the fund available. Because of the amount of the unassigned fund balance over the 25% target and the committed amount above, the board directed the use of the non-recurring sources for recurring expenditures, recognizing that a revenue adjustment may be need to made for 2027 or later. And what all that means is we had a lot of cash sitting on hand. As Commissioner Ross indicated, we had expenses that went up by over $6 million that we couldn't control, and our revenues did not go up by enough to cover those expenses. Rather than raise taxes, what we did was we took some of that cash we had sitting on hand and paid the difference in those expenses with that cash. By doing that, we balanced the budget, and that's fine. But that cash is not recurring cash. It's not, we're hopefully not going to have another COVID, and hopefully that fund won't grow like that from COVID. And so in future years, you can't continue to do that. I'll use the analogy, it's much like taking your savings account and using it to pay your mortgage balance. At some point, your savings account's going to run down, and if you don't replenish it, you can't keep paying that mortgage.
To extend that metaphor, our salaries are not keeping up with our expenses, and we're draining the savings account to make it work.
Correct.
Rather than the recurring salary matching expense. So that's well put, Bobby. Thank you.
In future years, we're going to come to a place where you are going to have to make a decision, and that decision is you're going to have to increase revenues or you're going to have to decrease services and costs. And so that'll be a choice you don't have to make this year. You likely won't have to make it maybe next year, continue if we do the same things we've been doing, but it's coming, and you can't do it in the third year. You're going to have your come to Jesus time at the latest, so be aware that's coming. On the expenditure side, expenditures were driven by increases for the Dare County schools, for cost of living pay adjustments, and by rate and existing contract increases. The major expenditures were $2.2 million increase to the Dare County schools. That is based on the funding formula. $1.7 million of that, almost $8 million of that was the local current expense calculation by the formula, and $415,000 of that was approved during the fiscal year 2025 for free school lunches. $1.68 million for a cost of living pay adjustment for full-time employees, $498,000 for a state rate increase for the retirement system, $359,000 for new positions and reclassifications and certification pays, $252,000 for email services and information technology security services, $249,000 for utility rate increases, $226,000, almost $227,000 for insurance increases for property liability and workers' compensation, $201,000 for maintenance and repair of facilities, $160,000 for Motorola contract increases for our communications, $122,000 for telephone and postage, $96,800 for fleet maintenance, $95,000 for new facilities operating costs, $74,800 for part-time pay increases, $58,313 for software increases, almost $58,000 for retiree supplemental health costs, and $53,000 for EMS medical supplies and cost increases. As we mentioned above, From the personnel side, the budget includes a 3% cost of living pay increase for all full-time eligible employees at a cost of $1.6 million, and part-time pay rates are increased by 50 cents per hour at a cost of $74,800. On the health plan, some good news. The health plan has no projected increase for 2026. The 2026 plan costs to the fund are $48,574 less than 2025. So we have one thing that went down, and believe it or not, that was health cost. The county continues to promote its wellness program and has expanded hours and coverage for the partnership with Outer Banks Hospital for the employee wellness clinic in the program. And as you can see by those numbers, that has worked well. Position changes. The 2026 recommended budget adds 2 full-time positions, adds 4 part-time positions, and eliminates 4 full-time positions. The eliminated positions are the election system. The added positions are the election systems specialist in elections, a senior accounting technician in finance, and part-time positions in the youth center, the health clinic, public relations, and parks and recreation. We have reclassifications, a deputy and an assistant county manager's position. We're reclassing current positions for those, a chief financial officer position, an environmental health and health clinic reorganization, and a veterans and public works position. We've eliminated the following full-time positions: the health education manager, a deputy register of deeds, a real property appraisal technician, and a real property appraiser. Again, employee compensation, we have a 3% cost of living increase, as I've mentioned above. We have maintaining our 3% employee 401k plan, and we maintain the current merit plan. The capital investments, the capital investment fund and the capital improvement plans will be presented to the board at a future meeting for adoption. We look at Dare County Schools. Funding of the local current expenses uses the school funding formula agreed to in 2016, resulting in an increase of $2.2 million using a CPI rate of 2.8% and a match to the estimate of the state cost of living pay adjustment of 3% for certified classified personnel. This continues funding for the current level of supplements and the free lunch program. Local funding for school operating costs increases to $33,628,148. This is 23.5% of the total general fund budget. It's composed of $32 million for the local current expense and $1.6 million for the county employed school nurses and school resource officers. Pupil enrollments and projections are for the ADM 2023, they were 4,963. The actual ADM for the fall of 2024 were 4,817. An NCDPI projection for the fall of 25 is not provided. They don't provide us those any longer. For the last 11 years, 2016 through 2026, local current expense funding, excluding school nurses and resources officers, and the 5-year annual deferred maintenance funding through 2019 has increased 54.6% from $20,710,000 to $32,022,000. Over the same 11-year period, pupils have decreased from 3.26% from 4,979 to 4,817.
I got a question about this, Bobby.
Sure.
We're looking at the school thing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we're pretty level from 2016 to 2023.
6,600.
What happened in the last 3 years where we're just like the price is right on these local expenditures per student prices? I mean, are we getting better software? I mean, what are we getting for this?
So when we did our formula, almost all of the costs associated with schools are fixed costs and have nothing to do with the number of kids, believe it or not.
Okay.
When you bring a child into the school, it doesn't change the heating cost. It doesn't change the capital cost for the building. It doesn't change the repair. If you have another kid standing at the school bus stop, it doesn't cost any more to haul 25 kids than it does to haul 30 kids. And so those most costs associated with schools simply rise because of inflation, salary increases that the legislature provides that we have to match for our teachers that we pay, all of those kind of things. And then you have initiatives that you all have, and that's what's happened in the last couple of years. You all put in $1.6 million for teacher supplements, and you put in another $400 and some thousand for the school meals. So there's over $2 million that aren't included in that formula and aren't inflation-driven and aren't student-driven. And so you get that spike that you see in those years. Okay. All right. So when we look at our departmental increases over $150,000, including costs, all costs previously discussed are as follows. Again, the schools, Dare County Schools, $2.7 million. That's a 9% increase. Emergency medical services, $1,053,000. That's a 4.75% increase. The sheriff, which includes detention and communications, $869,000 increase. That's 4.5%. Health and Human Services, a $738,000 increase. That's about 3.7%. Information technology, that's a $411,000. That's about an 18% increase. And I'll tell you, a lot of that is for security purposes, and it is only going up. I mean, everything that we spend, the people that want to breach the system are one step ahead or one step behind, and so those numbers are going to continue to rise in the future. In Public Works, we had an increase of about $273,000, which is about a 4.7% increase. For our nonprofits and grants, the budget maintained the same existing funding levels in our nonprofits and grants, except that we added $6,000 increase for Hatteras Island Meals and Wheels. We added a $40,000 to increase the local match for the Meals on Wheels grant program over on Roanoke Island. And so with that, we had a balanced budget, and we balanced it in the way that we just described. We start looking at the capital investment fund and the capital investment plan. The capital investment fund is funded separately and is a budget as a part of the general fund. It's budgeted separately from the general fund. For financial reporting purposes, the capital investment fund is consolidated in the general fund and in the annual audit report, along with the disaster recovery fund, the law enforcement special separation account, the home health and hospice restricted fund, the stormwater fund, the community development housing, and the school capital investment funds. And all that information is in your budget book. In conjunction with the capital investment fund, the county and financial advisor, DEC Associates, maintain a capital planning and debt affordability model. Use of the capital investment fund separates budgeting for operations from that of capital, and the general fund's contribution to the capital fund will be $9,825,000 for 2025. The model also includes plans for major items like roof replacements, heating and air conditioning replacements, major equipment replacements, and major maintenance for the Dare Medflight Airbus helicopter. The model development is in process for this year and is expected to be presented to the board on the June 2nd meeting with the approval of the capital improvement plans incorporated into the final budget at that time. In our other funds, our disaster recovery fund is a separately budgeted part of the general fund. It budgets for software disaster recovery services and $100,000 for the initial response to any emergency. The board policy is to maintain an ending disaster recovery total fund balance of 1% of the general fund. And the budget at the end of June 30th, 2024, that percentage was 1.28%. Our E911 fund, the budget includes additional funding as the E911 board has increased the 5-year average funding level. It was a $114,000 increase. The Beach Nourishment Fund. The Beach Nourishment Fund is set per the Beach Nourishment financial model. The 2025 expenditures include debt service for all the projects completed in 2024, which were Avon, Buxton, Nags Head, Kill Devil Hills, Kitty Hawk, Southern Shores, and Duck. In our sanitation fund, the sanitation fund's property tax rate is scheduled to increase for 2026 per the recommendation of the solid waste study completed in 2022. The report and the model plan for a 1-cent increase from the pre-reval rate of 11 cents. The revenue neutral sanitation rate is 7.72 cents, and the recommended rate, the equivalent of the above, is 8.42%. And just for some context for some of the commissioners who weren't here, in 2022, we had, before 2022, we had a very large fund balance in the sanitation fund. And rather than raise sanitation rates, we used that fund balance to pay for expenses so that we did not have to raise those rates. However, we got actuaries to look at that and say, at what point do we have to start raising rates so that we don't get hit with a 8-cent or a huge increase in the future? If we're going to have to go up on those costs, we want to do that gradually over time. And so they put a plan in place that allowed it to go up 1 cent over time rather than a big hit, 5 years out. And this increase is a part of that plan that was adopted back then. Similarly, the water rate model has been updated for 2026, and it requires about a 4.5% rate increase. You'll look in your packet, there's a water rate model dashboard in the information section. The $16 million of the Extension and Replacement Fund was used during 2025 for emergency replacement of the Roanoke Island water distribution main, and that rate increase is projected to restore that fund to $8 million by the end of 5 years. And just for informational purposes, I got an email over the weekend. Everything's installed there. They're doing the work on that. It's connected. They hope to run the chlorination at the earliest at the end of this week and latest by mid next week to have that chlorinated and up and running. And so far, so good there. The recommended water CIP has been approved by the Capital Improvements Planning Committee and is expected to be presented to the board on June 2nd. The approved capital improvements plan will be incorporated into the final budget document as well. Internal service funds. The county maintains 2 internal service funds, the insurance fund and the fleet maintenance fund, and adopts financial plans for each of those funds. As we discussed earlier, in the general fund, the insurance fund, which the health plan is under, has no projected increase for 2026. The county has also switched to a high deductible workers' compensation insurance plan in 2024, which continues in this budget as well. In the fleet maintenance fund, is projected to maintain its fund balance of approximately $600,000, which then leads us to the volunteer fire departments and other fire districts. All property tax rate in the budget ordinance are set right this minute at the 2026 revenue neutral property tax rates. Mans Harbor, Collington, Martins Point, and Hatteras have all requested rate increases. I emailed you the documentation that followed up with that. I'll summarize it quickly for you. Mans Harbor is asking for the largest increase, almost a 5-cent increase. In the packet I sent you, they were supporting documents from the Mans Harbor Civic Association and others. There was also a budget in there. They're basically doubling their revenues. They've lost some grant increase. Their biggest cost increases were their volunteers and recruitment efforts. They're having difficulty there. They had 2 categories. One was other expenses for administration and other expenses for firefighting that had significant increases. And so they're asking for that increase there to balance their budget. And again, in the past, you've asked for community input, and that's in the packet that I sent you earlier. The Collington Fire Department is asking for about a 1-cent increase. They've got a new truck, and they've got some salary demands that they have there. They've got paid people on their staff that I've spoken to them about getting input from the community. I think you all have received a few emails from the community with that as well. Martins Point, the Southern Shores is taking over the volunteer fire department that services Martin Point, and it'll be run by the town of Southern Shores. To do that, there's a cost increase to them. Martins Point represents about 10 or 11% of the homes served by that fire department, and what they've asked for here represents roughly increased by that same 10%, or 11% of the homes there. That one is a contract. We have a contract with them that is now expired and needs to be renewed. And so, you know, our choices are to pay the price or contract with somebody else there. So we don't have many choices there. And then finally, you have one from the Hatteras Island Rescue Squad. The Hatteras Island Rescue, they've not had a tax increase, it says, since the 1990s. Their grant funding as well as their donations have gone down, and the maintenance costs on their facilities and the maintenance costs on their vehicles have gone up, and so they're looking for a rate increase to cover those costs. And so what you all would have to do today is tell me, as we bring the final budget forward to you in June, do we include these rate increases or not in the budget ordinance?
Well, I think we've gotten confirmation from all of them.
Yeah.
Their citizenry has approved, so.
Have we?
I have.
Okay, if you got, that's right. I've got.
As long as Man's Harbor's good, the rest of them are.
Yeah, I'd make a motion to approve.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I second it.
Second by Commissioner Bateman. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous.
All right, the budget that I just presented to you with the changes that are in that sheet that Dave held up will be what is going to be the final budget unless you tell me different now. That's what will be presented for public hearing at our June meeting, and presumably if you all are satisfied after the public hearing, you will then be able to adopt that budget at the June meeting, and that will be our budget going forward. We hope to have the capital improvement plan. I think we've got a meeting with Dave and I are going to meet with the school staff to get their capital plan in order before that meeting. So we hope we'll have that for you. We're also hopefully going to have our own capital improvement plan ready for you that meeting. If we do not, if the only good thing about the capital improvement plan is the old plan remains in place until you change it, and there's no statutory requirement that you change it or that you re-adopt it each year. So we have some time. If for some reason we can't get it completed by the June meeting, then we can have it for you at the July meeting, and we're still okay. So I tell you that because we said in here we'd have it, but I'm just looking at the days and the weeks and what's going on. Whether we will or whether we won't remains to be seen on that, because it's going to be a little bit difficult to make all that fit. And then we're going to have a CIP meeting to have the Capital Improvement Committee look at what Dave and I put together to make it balance, and then get them to either bless it or change it as well. So that's where we are. I just bring that up to let you know the status.
If after the hearing, there's something that somebody brings up that warrants a change or discussion.
You can make the change at the hearing.
Make it change.
In that June meeting? Okay.
Now, if you were going to make a significant change, if you were going to eliminate a department or something,
right,
then you'd have to have another public hearing, because that would be, but, you know, if we added such and such and it needed to be some other different number, or a nonprofit that needed to be funded didn't get funded, or some of those kind of things, those things can be added. That's the point of having the public hearing, is to make sure you hear from the public and that you hear about things that they like or don't like, and then make those changes accordingly if you choose to.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Sounds good.
Yeah, it really is. Very, very well done. Very well presented, Dave. Thank you as well. I'm looking at that particular slide, general fund expenditures, Dare County schools by year on a per pupil basis. Something happened beginning in 2022. We have been growing the investment or expense per student at just under 10% per year compounded in the last 4 years. To do this going forward, we need to grow our general revenues of $140 million by 2.5% or more per year, just to take care of that school growth. Forget EMS, HHS, EMTs, first responders, sheriff, parks, Public Works, forget it. That's all frozen, just to keep up with the growth at the schools on an invested per-student basis. That strikes me as unsustainable.
So I would caution you, the statistics, for whatever reason, were done on a per-pupil basis. And most people would think right away, if your per-pupil cost is, we're putting in $4,900 or $5,200 or whatever it is for that every time a new child comes aboard, we add another $5,000, and then you look at those percentages, and if they don't look right, what's going on? The fact of the matter is, adding the kids, our population has decreased, and
it's decreased,
and our costs are going up, which lends more credence to the fact that almost all of the costs of running schools are fixed costs that are driven by inflation and driven by cost increases that are top down from the state. So when the state gives a 5% increase in salaries, and we only gave 3 to our employees, we still have to increase the employees' salaries that we pay at the schools by that 5%. You know, we increased their operating costs annually based on the CPI. So you're covering basically your inflation rate, and then on top of those things, you're adding stuff that wasn't in the base originally, like we just talked about, like the supplement, like the school lunches. Now, this year we pulled those things out of the base so that our percentage didn't increase based on those numbers. So that was
right.
$500,000 of stuff that we didn't add the
Right.
CPI to, because that wasn't there in addition
Right.
to the base. And so what you said is well funded, but the fact of the matter is that if we have inflation at 2, 3, 4, 5%, then the cost to run schools is going to go up by 2, 3, 4, 5% if we don't add a single kid. Or if we lose kids, it's still going to go up by that amount.
That's the alarming trend that I'm looking at. And it's almost like this immovable object that we can't budge. And the projections on revenues, especially with holding revenue neutral on ad valorem taxes, which we all agreed to do, present me with a dilemma, as you also referenced earlier, Bobby, for 27. And
well, our problem going forward is if we have our expense growth grows at 3% and our revenue grows at 3%, we can balance the budget without doing anything because our revenues and our expenses went up by the same amount. When our expenses grow greater than our revenues, then you have an imbalance that you have to figure out how you're going to do that with. And in this year, if you don't raise taxes, you use cash that you had on hand, which is fine.
Yeah.
And you paid for that. But next year, now that expense is recurring.
Yes.
So you've got to get the normal 2 or 3% increase in costs plus the 2 or 3% cost we got this year that you funded with cash. It's not recurring. On top of that, now you got both of those. So you've doubled down on your budget deficit for next year. We believe factored into this is we've got enough covered to balance it next year. But in the next year, on top of those 2 years, you're going to have a third year that you've done that. And now you got 3 years of growth that you haven't funded with your primary revenue sources, which is taxes. You funded out of cash. You now don't have that cash. If you use 3%, everything's gone up by 9%, but your revenue's only gone up by 2%. So you got a big old spread there that you're going to have a problem that you're going to have to deal with, and that's coming.
So we got to raise taxes or cut spending.
Exactly. That's always where you are.
Don't tempt me with a good time.
Yeah, another thing we really need to think about, and I know we were shooting for a goal where the state says every 8 years we need to revow. We're shooting for 5 years. If you look at these percentages in the last 3 times that I've been on here, 69%, 5 years ago, 49%, prior to that, 29%. We might want to really stop and think that we may revow shorter than any 5 years, Because that's something we really need to take a look at, is potentially looking at revalving in less than 5 years as opposed to every 5 years.
Revaluing more often
It's fine.
is okay. It's okay and it's not okay. It's
It's got pros
okay.
and cons.
Costly and it's
It's got pros and
burdensome.
cons.
It's okay. It makes the tax base more fair because
Right,
you're
that's
going
right.
with current values, and so everybody's paying their fair share. You don't have people who, if you wait every 8 years, who sat there at a low value for 8 years that aren't
Right.
paying their fair share. At some level, the cost of doing it, we can't do it but so fast, and so the cost to do it may exceed the benefit. But from the revenue and budget side, it doesn't matter how often you do it because you're generating at revenue neutral the same amount of revenue no matter how you value your
Well, I
tax base.
understand that. I
Yeah,
understand
so really the only real benefit is the fairness issue.
That's right.
Bobby, would you explain just to the public about the revenue share, about the problem it's going to be if the rest of the towns go up at this time?
Sure.
And what we're looking at in probably 2 years because of that?
Which, is that the sales tax that we distribute that way?
Yeah.
So our sales tax and our occupancy taxes are divided among the towns and the county on a formula, and it's based on the tax levy. And so as your levy of taxes goes up relative to, I'll just use this year, if all the towns increased their taxes this year and we did not, then we're going to get less of the occupancy tax and less of the sales tax than we would normally get, because when you run the formula, we're down and they're up, and so the more you levy, the more you get. If everybody levies the same thing, if everybody's taxes go up 1 cent, all the towns and all the county, then everybody gets the same thing this year as they got last year. If somebody goes up and somebody doesn't, the one that goes up gets more next year, and those that did not get less, because that increase comes out of the people that didn't. And so each year that we don't raise taxes, again, creates another pressure on us. Not that we should raise taxes just to deal with this issue, but it does create another revenue pressure on us because it reduces our revenue.
And that changes each May, or with the collections that were for May. So you don't even know it until August, after the year's over. And so it'll, for 26, but then it'll affect your budget for 27. And I misspoke on occupancy. It changes the mix of occupancy between the towns, not between us.
So you need a motion for a public hearing for 2026 budget?
Yes.
For June 2nd, 2025, I'll make that motion.
All right, there's a motion, do what? Yeah, there's a motion on the floor by the Vice Chair. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Balance. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous.
Thank you.
Come back and see us.
All right. Are you going to do item 12, Dave?
It says you.
It's a combination, you and him.
Yeah.
Sorry, Sally put Bobby's name on it, so. All right, item 12 are the items we identified for you on a list at the budget workshop, which are one-time items, which I have added one item to it, which was $44,490. There was a sheriff's request for the camera. This is the one-time cost within that request. So it's a total of $409,000. So what we're doing is, instead of doing these one-time things in the 26 budget, we're going to do them this year and let departments go ahead and start on them, because our projections for this year is to be to the good of, right now it's about right at $1 million after these items. So even doing this we're thinking we're going to add $1 million of fund balance at the end of '25.
So what we're doing is we're taking this year's, rather than wait till next year and then we have to pull it out of that fund balance and make that problem worse, we're using this year's cash that we have left over that was unspent in the budget and paying these things now and getting them off the books so we don't have to deal with them.
So you need a motion to amend.
To adopt the budget amendments that are included.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor.
Second.
By Vice Chair. It's been seconded by Commissioner Ross. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous.
Thank you.
Next is you have an item 13. This is a resolution opposing new tolls and increases on existing tolls in the North Carolina ferry routes. You have two resolutions in front of you. Hopefully you're not going to ask me to read them both, but they're both resolutions opposing new tolls. One of them is one that we did, that we were going to send in, and we still should. And the other is I got a call last week from a bunch of the other counties wanting to do a joint resolution, and so they presented this joint resolution that you have before you as well. There are other counties now that aren't listed on here that would probably are going to join this. I think like Jones County is one of them I saw yesterday. Yeah. So there's other counties that are going to join this, and so what's before you is a motion to approve both a resolution coming from us that we send to our delegation, as well as that joint resolution that we would join in with all the other counties that are affected as well.
Make the motion to approve both.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor by the Vice Chairman to approve both. It's been seconded by Commissioner Bateman. Floor is open for discussion. Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimously.
Item 14 is a resolution opposing the increase in insurance premiums for state employees. It's by the Dare County Board of Commissioners to the NC Department of Public Instruction. I'm trying to, hang on one second, let me get this to my sheet here. Would you like me to read this, or have y'all read it, or?
I've read it, but let's read it for public record, please.
All right. Whereas the teachers and school employees of North Carolina are dedicated professionals committed to educating and serving the students of our state, and whereas the proposed increase in health insurance premiums for state employees without a corresponding increase in salaries represents a direct reduction in take-home pay, placing additional financial strain on educators and other school staff. And whereas North Carolina has systematically reduced or eliminated benefits for school employees over the past decade, including bonuses for advanced degrees and the removal of retiree health benefits for teachers hired after 2021, further diminishing the attractiveness of the profession. And whereas the increasing cost of benefits coupled with stagnant salaries amounts to an effective pay cut, exacerbating recruitment and retention challenges in North Carolina public schools. And whereas over the past 5 years, North Carolina teachers and school employees have experienced minimal or stagnant pay increases with only modest adjustments that fail to keep up pace with inflation and the rising cost of living. And whereas according to recent data, North Carolina ranks near the bottom among southeastern states in the average teacher salary, making it increasingly difficult to attract and retain high-quality educators compared to neighboring states such as Virginia, South Carolina, Georgia, and Tennessee. Whereas the state school districts, including Dare County schools, have encountered significant difficulties in hiring and retaining teachers, bus drivers, custodians, and other essential school personnel due to inadequate compensation and diminishing employment incentives. Now therefore be it resolved that the Dare County Board of Commissioners formally opposes the proposed increase in insurance premiums for state employees without corresponding salary increases. And be it further resolved that the Dare County Board of Commissioners urges the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction and the North Carolina General Assembly to prioritize competitive compensation, fully funded benefits, and the fair treatment of public school employees to ensure the stability, quality of our public education system. And be it finally resolved that a copy of this resolution be sent to the North Carolina State Superintendent of Public Instruction, the North Carolina General Assembly, and Governor Josh Stein for immediate consideration and action. This is the 5th day of May, 2025.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to adopt the resolution as presented by Commissioner Balance. And is there a second? Second. Seconded by Commissioner Burrs. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous.
All right, we're at a place now in our construction projects, we're moving into phase 3 of those projects. On April 24th, the Capital Improvement Committee met to talk about and come up with the sequence of those projects for phase 3. Those projects include the Manio Public Works, the Sheriff's CID Building, EMS Station Number 5 in Nags Head, and the Buxton Public Works. The Waves EMS Station is also included, but that one will be addressed at a later date. Based on these projects, Barnhill prepared a pre-construction fee contract. The total cost of this contract, which includes those 4 projects, is $585,421. A cost breakout is included in your package. What's asked today is that you adopt the capital project ordinance and then approve the phase 3 pre-construction contract with Barnhill and authorize the county manager to sign the contract.
Pleasure of the board.
So moved.
There's a motion by Commissioner Balance to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Burris. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous.
On March 13th, we had the bid opening for, this is item, I'm sorry,
16.
item 16, the Dare County Early College Guaranteed Maximum Price Contract. You have before you the contract. On March 13th, we opened the bids for the early college. After review, the construction cost for early college came in at $21,100,676. This Capital Improvement Committee met in April to discuss the project and voted to move forward with the contract as presented. I'll remind you, this is the construction only. This isn't the all-in cost. There's several $1 million of other costs associated with this project, but this is the G&P, right, Dave?
The project ordinance, the budget includes everything.
Everything, okay.
And in your packet, the PDF pages 116's got the total project.
We're still under the 25.
We're at,
23,350.
23.3 on
well,
this. with
that's
25.5
that's
on
the additional budget amendment. You've already budgeted the architect fee and the pre-construction fee.
Right.
So it's 25,509.
Total all in.
Total all in.
All in.
Yeah.
Yep.
So we're just covering 509 on that? Yeah. Kind of.
At worst.
Okay.
I think I could beat that.
Okay, perfect. I like that. I like that attitude.
Do we need to talk about the locker room?
About the what?
Do we need to talk about the
Field house.
athletic facility?
Oh, well, we gotta have that, yeah, actually, yeah, I did not think about that.
Okay, so included also when we did this is,
Now, this, I'm sorry, this does not include the budget for that.
this does not include that. So I'm going to tell you what the numbers work out to be. The numbers work out that we have to limit the cost of that project to $1.5 million to make it fit in the funds that we have available for that.
And that project
Is the locker room at Manio High School. And so we're going to instruct them that that's the funds they have available, and they have to design to make it meet that cost. And that 1.5 includes the 400 and something they have
496
in their budget. So it's not 1.5 plus what they have. That's all inclusive.
Gotcha.
So
And just say, I ran the capital models, and with the last debt service numbers, we had the interest rates that we were looking at came down by at least a quarter point, a little bit more. That made it work in the model, and I think, like I told Carson, I think I can do a little bit better, because what we do is we net fund construction, which is at least not normal yet, but you could earn interest on, we issue the bonds, get the cash is held by the trustee. We can earn interest and lock in interest on that money. And that amount's been bouncing up and down a lot the last 3 weeks, but I think we'll be able to lock in to make it a little bit better. And that's really why that additional project worked within the school model.
I got you. We bonded the 25. I got you.
All right, so we need a motion to approve the capital projects orders, then approve the early college contract with Bourne Hill, and authorize the county manager to sign the contract.
Motion to approve.
Motion on the floor by Commissioner Balance. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by the Vice Chairman. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous.
And Dave, do they need to do anything about the 1.5 or just letting them know?
We will start, that's actually tied to the next item, but we'll start your bond actions at your June meeting.
But you don't need any
And we'll
approvals or
include that.
authorizations at this point?
Right,
Okay.
we'll include that.
All right, and that moves us then into item 17. This is a call for a public hearing on the Series 2025A limited obligation bonds. Dave?
Okay, bond council's asked me to go ahead and have you call the public hearing for the June meeting, because we normally do that with what we call an initial resolution. When we do a bond issue, we'll have an initial resolution, hold a public hearing, and have a final resolution. Because the LGC meeting is because of the way the calendar works and the holiday, the LGC meeting is after your July meeting. So we need to have it done all in June, and Parker Post says we can do that if you're willing to go ahead and call the public hearing today, hold the public hearing, and then adopt just one final resolution for the bonds instead of doing the initial and the final. And he says it's normal, we've just never done it that way. And I wanted to make sure you were okay with that. And checking with Skylar, we have to ask you to do that action to call a public hearing.
Okay.
Okay, and we shooting for June 2nd? I mean 9th now that we've changed the meeting date?
So I haven't voted to change it yet.
No, I know we haven't, but I'm saying, is that what we're doing?
Yeah. When did we change the date of the meeting?
We haven't done it. That's on the agenda, but it's at the end of the agenda. But we're getting ready to vote on this to set a public hearing.
Yeah, we did,
I mean-
the Dove with a public hearing. That was for the.
Oh, that's right.
So we're
Yeah.
making a motion
Yeah.
to call a public meeting for the
Yeah.
June meeting. A
Right.
public hearing for the June meeting.
Right.
I'll make that motion.
See June meeting.
Okay, motion's by Commissioner Balance, seconded by
Second.
Vice Chairman House. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous.
Item 18 is a lease between the county of Dare and the town of Nags Head. This is for the facility that we just bought for the EMS station in Nags Head. They've been using that as a exercise facility for their staff, and they asked could they continue to do that till we were ready to tear it down, and I said that would be fine.
Pay us?
I'm sorry?
How much are they paying us?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Huh?
So that-
We helped them out by buying it.
They're gonna pay for all the maintenance, they're gonna pay for all the utilities, all that stuff.
Oh, okay.
So,
I was confused when I read this in the packet. I was like, I don't know anything about this. What is this about?
there's one thing different about what you got and what they did. They called me on Friday. The use of the premises is, I said for their employees, but they also let their employees' family, so there'll be a broader, we don't care, but there'll be a broader use in that than just the employees alone.
Are we responsible liability-wise?
No, they gotta have insurance and all that
Okay,
as well.
good.
so.
How much are they raising their town tax rates this year?
That's right.
We're gonna get charged with that.
That's right.
So anyway, there's a 90-day, we can kick them out term when we're ready to go. We tell them we're ready and they gotta get out.
Just change the locks. We're good.
All right, pleasure of the board.
I'll make a motion to approve.
All right, there's a motion on the floor by the Vice Chair House to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Burris. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous.
Items 19, 20, 21, and 22 are all the same, but they're different facilities. We're required by statute to provide office space for probation and parole. And so these are all leases that that do that. They're rent-free. We're not allowed to charge them rent. We basically cover all the costs of the facility and the maintenance and all that sorts of things. They
Charge them rent, a rate of $1 a year, so that's rent.
Yeah, there you go. The first one is the juvenile justice lease. That's over here in the admin building, and I need a motion to approve that lease.
Motion to approve.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor by Commissioner Bateman. It's been seconded by
Second.
the Vice Chairman. Those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous.
The next one is for a lease in Buxton. At the Buxton Water Tower, we have a building where we have the radio Hatteras in there. There's one office there that we allow them to use so that when the parole officer is down on Hatteras Island, he has somewhere to stop and put down his papers or meet with his client or whatever. We're not required to provide that to them, but as a matter of convenience, one to them and to the people that live on Hatteras Island, have done that and this is just a renewal of that lease as well.
Okay,
Motion to approve.
motion to approve by Vice Chairman House, seconded by Commissioner Balance. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous.
Item 21 says Adult Corrections Wilkenson building lease. For years, we called it the Wilkerson Building. Turns out it's on Walker Street, not Wilkerson Street.
I've always noticed that. I was wondering.
But
We got
nonetheless,
another 37-year deal.
and we've actually, what did we change the name to, Dorothy? We put a new sign up with the correct name on it. I forgot what we call it, but nonetheless, that's what it's for. It's for that facility we have up in Kill Devil Hills where we have probation. It might be Walker Street building. But anyway, I need approval of that lease as well.
Make a motion to approve whatever street the lease is on.
There's a motion on the floor by Commissioner Creef. Is there a second?
I'll second whatever.
Seconded by the Vice Chairman House. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous.
And then the next one is, again, the Adult Corrections and Probation Parole lease. That's for the facilities they have over here at the admin building as well.
Pleasure of the board.
Motion to approve.
Motion is on the floor by Vice Chairman House, seconded by Commissioner Burris. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous.
And then next, there's a request before you to revise the board meeting dates. One is to change the meeting that's on Monday, June the 2nd to 9:00 a.m. on June the 9th. And the second is to take the 9 o'clock meeting that's scheduled for September 2nd and move it for 9 a.m. on Wednesday, September the 3rd.
Motion to approve.
Motion on the floor by Commissioner Balance. It's been seconded by Commissioner Burris. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries
I'd like to
unanimous.
make an amendment to a motion from earlier. We did the public hearing for the county budget on June 2nd, and it was passed. I'd like to change that to a public hearing for June 9th.
All right, let's do this the right way. Make a motion to reconsider.
Yeah, motion to reconsider.
Yeah.
Who's the second on that? Whoever.
Second.
The second is the same second.
Motion to reconsider
Now
by
vote on the motion to reconsider.
those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign.
All right, and now propose the reconsidered motion.
Yep. Those in favor of that reconsidered motion?
What the reconsidered motion is to
Repeat it.
Reconsider the motion is for the budget hearing for June 9th.
9th.
And I second.
Yep. Motion on the floor by the Vice Chair, seconded by Commissioner Bateman, excuse me. Those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous.
What did we do with the bond public? Did we already set that for the 9th?
Yeah, already said that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you said the
June
June meeting. so-
June meeting.
We said the June meeting.
The June
Which
meeting.
is on the 9th now.
All right. Item 24 is our consent agenda. The consent
Motion to
agenda,
approve
you
the
have-
consent agenda?
Motion, he hadn't even read it yet.
You want me to read it?
No.
We've already, I mean, we've all read it.
Yeah.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Bateman. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous.
My appointment list. Here they are. Next is your board appointments. First one's Albemarle Commission, Northeast Workforce Development Board. Rob Ross previously had resigned from that board. The Dare County Board of Commissioners needs to appoint the new commissioner to fill that seat. I think you're going to serve in that capacity.
The memo said that I had agreed to accept that.
Somebody has to
Yeah.
make a motion.
Somebody needs to make a motion.
Nominate chair.
Yeah.
That was
There's a motion on the floor by Commissioner Balance. I need a second.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Burris. Those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous.
All right, next is the Albemarle Commission, RPO. The Dare County Board of Commissioners need to appoint a commissioner to serve as that representative and then another commissioner to serve as the alternate.
Yeah, that's a position, taking Wiley's place on that board. Do I have some, that's an important board for us guys, so I need somebody to step up to the plate.
I'll do it.
I can't do them all.
I'll do it. I can do it.
Super, Carson. Commissioner Creef, I'll make a motion to appoint Commissioner Creef. I need a second. Second by Commissioner Bateman. All in favor of that motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous. Thank you for
Are you going to appoint an alternate as well?
We need an alternate,
I'll
yes.
serve as an alternate.
All right. I'll nominate Commissioner Balance. I need a second.
I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Creef and the Vice Chair. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous. Thank you both for stepping up to the plate.
No problem.
Next is the Game and Wildlife. Dr. Andrew Horn has resigned from the Game and Wildlife Commission. A new individual will need to be appointed to fill the unexpired term.
I would like to make a request to be recused from this vote. So somebody has to,
Somebody has to make a motion to authorize.
Someone Gray.
no,
No,
I want to
no.
recuse from the vote.
She wants to be recused from the vote. I'll make the motion on the floor to recuse Commissioner Balance from this vote. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by the Vice Chair. Those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous.
So now we need an appointment for that.
Now, here we go. Now we need an appointment for that seat. I believe Commissioner Bateman, Tillman Gray. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by the Vice Chair. Those in favor of that motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous.
And the only thing is, so he's going in Drew's seat, correct?
Yes.
Is there any way we can change
Well,
seats?
he won't be going in his chair. He's just going.
I know, but I'm saying, is there any way that we could make him in charge of the Hatteras zone instead of Anthony Lloyd and switch them?
So the zone that they do, how they do that is internal to them. It's not
Okay,
in the
perfect.
statute, so they can do whatever they want.
I can handle that at the meeting.
Yeah,
Okay,
can we
perfect.
do that?
I didn't know if that was something we did or something they did. That's something they did.
Right.
Okay,
Perfect.
super. Okay.
Fantastic.
Next is the
Yeah, that makes sense,
Yeah.
Carson.
Next is the Juvenile Crime Prevention Council. Jennifer Wooten holds the position of person under age 21 or a member of the public representing the interests of family at-risk juveniles, which expires this month, and she does not wish to be reappointed.
She does wish to be
I
reappointed.
mean, she does wish to be reappointed, yeah.
I'll nominate Jennifer Wood.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor by the Vice Chair. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Commissioner Creef. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous.
Next is the Veterans Advisory Council. Ellen Adok's term expires this month, and the Veterans Advisory Council recommends her reappointment. Jim Scroggins' term expires this month, and he does not wish to be reappointed, and the Veterans Advisory Council recommends William Rays be appointed in his place.
Make a motion to reappoint Ellen Addock and to appoint William Reyes.
Okay, is the motion?
Second.
Pardon?
I second it.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor by the vice chair. It's been seconded by Commissioner Ross. Any further comments? Hearing none, those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous.
Next is the Zoning Board of Adjustment. The terms of Patricia Weston and Shelley Jones expire in May, and they both wish to be reappointed.
Motion to reappoint.
There's a motion on the floor by Commissioner Balance to reappoint. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by the vice chair. Those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous.
And then your upcoming board and committees appointments. In June, you have the College of Albemarle Board of Trustees with 1 term expiring, the Hatteras Community Center Board with 3 terms expiring, the Juvenile Crime Prevention Council with 11 terms expiring, the Land Transfer Tax Appeals Board with 3 terms expiring, the Library Board for DARE with 2 terms expiring, the Mans Harbor Community Center Board with 3 terms expiring, the Roanoke Island Community Center Board with 3 terms expiring, the Rodanthe Wave Salvo Community Center Board with 1 term expiring, and the Waterways Commission with 3 terms expiring. In July, you have the East Lake Community Center Board with 1 term expiring, the Game and Wildlife Commission with 3 terms expiring, the Parks and Recreation Advisory Council with 1 term expiring, and the Wanchese Community Center Board with 5 terms expiring. In August, you have the ABC Board with 1 term expiring, the Jury Commission with 1 term expiring, the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board with 1 term expiring, the Stumpy Point Community Center Board with 4 terms expiring, and the Virginia Tillett Community Center Advisory Board with 4 terms expiring. And that would be your agenda, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, County Manager. That brings us to item 26 on the board, Commissioner's Visits, County Manager's Business. Do you have anything else for us today, Bobby, under County Manager?
I'm looking on my list here to make sure we hit them all. The only thing I have on here is I have before me some contracts for the recovery court to renew for those 2 positions, if they turn out to be 2 positions, that we'll need to get in place. We've got some time. If you want to wait until we do the budget, we can do that. But at some point, I need to know whether to renew those. I'm assuming we're going to go forward.
Do we wait, Irvin, till the budget?
Let's wait till the budget, and we need to have a conversation. I had a conversation with one individual that said we might not need the 2nd position.
That's what I understood as well.
But we need, do you want to call him, or do you want me to handle it?
I'm at your pleasure, Mr.
Okay, I'll handle it.
Okay. I'll tell you that we fund those positions. One of them we fund out of what you just heard this morning, that comes out of that fund, the opioid settlement fund. And the other position we fund out of our general fund is like $125,000 we put in annually for recovery court. That's our money. So that's how we fund those 2 positions. If it turns out we don't need the 2nd position, then I would suggest that we use the recovery court funds to pay for the position, and then we can decide what we want to do with our general fund without having to go back through the recovery court if we don't want to. But that'll be a decision for you to make down the road.
Okay.
So, okay, that's all I have.
All right, thank you, County Manager. Public Information Officer, Ms. Hester, do you have anything for us today?
No, sir.
Mr. Clausen, Finance Director, do you have anything else?
Yes, if I could just do one thing real quickly, I'll ask Commissioner Crease to take one and pass them down. Commissioner Ross passed me in the hall and asked me to address, you had a public comment about early college and the school capital plan.
Yeah.
This is the amount of debt that will be outstanding for schools at the end of each year through 2041 or 44. And just the point is, if you take that back in time, go back to 2005, that number is 130 million. At the end of next year, it's 9. So the school capital plan is about capacity that we already had. And the funding source is restricted sales tax. We get about $400,000 a year in lottery money. It is not material to that plan. It makes a difference, but because you can use it timing-wise when you draw it out. But it's restricted sales taxes. So the early college will only use 50% of that capacity. And in this year's capital improvement plan, you had another debt issue planned for school projects in 2028 when the capacity works out as those debt amounts go down.
Yeah, translation, the cautionary warnings that we received in public comment were not really necessary. We've got substantial headroom and capital capacity in the school debt. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
It's a very, very, very conservative use of the funds that are available for that.
And when I hear you and Dave saying very, very, very conservative, we're pretty conservative use of funds.
One other thing I would say, the gentleman used the word, the whim of the legislature.
Yeah.
Counties are creatures of the legislature. Every authority we have comes from the legislature, so everything that we do, every single thing we do, 100% of what we do is at the whim of the legislature.
right.
So they could eliminate counties.
If we're worried about the whim of the legislature, we can't do anything, so.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Dave. Is that it?
Yes, sir.
That brings us to commissioner business. Commissioner Burris, do you mind kicking it off today?
Not at all. Thank you, Chairman. Just a couple things. It is, I believe, it is Teacher Appreciation Week for our school teachers. So that was something that was brought up to me earlier today, and I wanted to remind everybody. I think we do a fantastic job here trying to do what we can for our school teachers in Dare County. We certainly have a fantastic bunch. So many of them were very memorable for me coming along. So I'm a product of Dare County Schools and really enjoyed a lot of the teachers that I had in the years. So if you know a teacher, tell them how much you appreciate them this week. Kids Fest, I believe, is Friday. You can come out and get a chance to dunk me in the tank.
What time is that again, Mike?
I believe, is it 9:30 to 12:30, yeah.
And that's at where?
The Roanoke Island Festival.
Festival Park, yeah. And then I believe there's Dare Arts is doing a Arts Kid Fest on Saturday. So there will be quite a few events this week, a lot of fun to be had, and I am looking forward to being involved with everything as much as I can. And that is all I have for you this month. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Commissioner Balance.
I got word that half of the First Flight High School senior class made honor roll. That's pretty impressive.
Half of the half?
That's what I was told,
Wow.
half of the first, that's
Whoa.
pretty impressive.
That's strong.
Considering that's our largest high school, that's pretty nice.
That's awesome.
Went to the NC State of the Child with the Children and Youth Partnership. Got to meet Chuck and hang out with him a little bit. That was really kind of cool because that was the first time he and I had really had a chance to talk. It was a really great experience. Sarah Sampson, myself, Chuck, David Twitty, and then there was a lady from the one of the Montessori schools. It was very enlightening. It was very encouraging. The state is certainly trying to advocate for schools with DPI. So that was a really nice thing. And I am also signed up for the dunk tank, so I will be there.
Well,
I'm not sure what my time slot is, but I'll be there at 9:30 anyway.
How much it cost to throw the ball?
I don't know. I'd pay to throw your, you need to make sure you're there, ready to get done.
He's gonna be there to throw. So I can throw.
Pocket full of money.
Right. We did have our first the FUD meeting, what is it called? My mind just went blank.
We know what you're talking
You know
about.
that meeting?
Yeah.
What is, the RAB meeting. It was very well attended.
Citizens with the Army Corps.
For the Buxton
citizens
FUD
group that
site.
They just formed.
Yes. It was very well attended.
Resident Advisory
The structure
Board.
of
Resident Advisory
the,
Board.
yep, the structure of the board was laid out. Dave Halleck was there. The guy from the Army Corps was there, Sturgis. He's a really nice guy, and he's very committed to seeing it through, so it was a great meeting. I do have a slide they were going to put up for me. This is the Hatteras Island target shooters, and they...
26,
Yeah,
tax district.
Yeah. Can you put it up on the other screen so we can see it on our thingy? I can't read it. But they went to states. We had several kids that placed highly on that state, at the state competition. This is a group that meets on Sunday afternoons. There's a lot of youth involved. They teaches them some really great skills. And we do have Hatteras Island target shooting teams in Manio and at First Flight. It's just a really great program, and it's just really cool to see them go to the state level and excel and win. And they are also doing a dinner fundraiser on the 9th, the NRA dinner. It's at the Hilton, and I think they do still have tickets available. And I went to tour the food pantry in Buxton, and it's a very well-oiled machine. It's quite impressive what they do for Hatteras Island residents down there. If you want to make an appointment to go in and get assistance, they have hatterasislandmeals@gmail.com. You can make an appointment to go in and get food. If you want to make donations, you can go to hatterasislandmeals.org, and they are not necessarily associated with social services, so you do not have to go through social services to get that assistance if you need it. So please reach out to them. They are there for you. And I'm going to tour the Miss Katie tomorrow morning, hoping that the weather holds. So I'm excited about that too. So other than that, that's all I got.
Good deal. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Ross.
Two big events. These are big deals. Everybody pay attention. May the 10th is coming Saturday from 1 to 4 at Jockey's Ridge State Park. The local Dare County Animal Shelter will be holding its Bark in the Park fundraiser fun day. So that's right. Be there or be square. That's this coming Saturday, 1 to 4, the Bark in the Park. It's a great event, guys. Lots of fun, and it raises money for the shelter. The other one, the 50th anniversary celebration of the establishment of Jockey's Ridge State Park, is coming the first week of June, between June 5 and June 8. There are several afternoons and evenings of activities. We'll feature the Connells doing musical show, a 9 o'clock at night drone show, which I'm told is going to be quite spectacular. In place of a more traditional fireworks, we may see some incredibly creative drone shows. Food, activities, fun for the kids, activities out on the dune. And I urge you to keep those dates in mind, June 5 through 8. More publicity on specific times and who will be doing what, but that's going to be a good time at Jockey's Ridge. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Chairman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Like Commissioner Balance said, that Miss Katie is down in Hatteras right now, cleaning out a couple of their channels, hopefully, so it'll keep their fishing fleet up and going during this whole summer, because their season will get ready to start up.
And tournaments?
In tournaments too. They got a big tournament coming up here with just in a couple of weeks. I do have a question though. The communications problems we've been having on Hatteras Island, is that because of wire cuts, or do we know is there like one particular company that keeps cutting the wires, or is it several, or?
I don't know if I know the answer to that. And it's not all in one place, and it's not that one of the last ones we had was cut, the main fiber was cut in Nags Head that serviced Hatteras Island. We've had them cut on Hatteras Island. Verizon went out somewhere, just the Verizon part of it got cut. It's just random where it's going, and if you've been around, you see where they're digging everywhere, and yeah. I don't think they're doing a very good job following the location.
No, because I was wondering if, like if it was just cut lines from like where they're putting the rest of the fiber optics in everywhere else, if there was any way we could do a county ordinance, say if you cut a line, it's a $50,000 fine.
I don't think we have that authority. I have to look and see about that.
Because
I think our ability I think the maximum you can charge for violation of an ordinance is like $500 or something.
Oh, yeah.
even if you can adopt that ordinance.
Right, okay. I was just kind of throwing that out there because I know it
I looked
happens way too much.
Drew's been all over, I mean, he's been all over Brightspeed. He's
Been trying to get them to do a backup line.
trying to get them to do a redundant circle, but right, and they keep saying they are, but they haven't, so.
Is that something could go overhead? Is that a possibility?
That was one of the questions I had, if we
It
could
could.
meet with the electric co-op and see if they were willing to work with us on, at least on some of those hot spots where they're constantly clearing the road, if there was something we could do.
Well, they have moved it to the other side of the road in some of that area, some of those hot spots to the west side of the road that doesn't get as much play. But again, if that was all it was, we'd be in good
Yeah,
shape.
Yeah. No, I get it. It's just that, I'm concerned because it's happening way too often.
Yeah, I mean, we've gotten emails and we've run up the flag with whoever we can, but we don't have any leverage at all. We don't have any control. We don't have any franchise agreements. We have nothing.
Right.
Other than just a loud voice.
Okay. All right. Well, let's make our voice a little louder. Like it was brought up before, May 17th, EMS Station 1, big open house for that. From what I understand, EMS Station in Mans Harbor is open and running, if I'm not mistaken?
It is. They've got some stuff to do with a fire station, I believe, don't they, Dustin, to finish up? Come on up.
Good afternoon. Yeah, so EMS 8 is up and running. To the chairman's point, we still need to have the demo team come in. They're going to demolish the old EMS station, and then they're going to pave the new drive aisle. So that'll actually be the entrance into the bay. The bays are pull through, so they'll enter through the new drive aisle, pull through, and exit out the current bay that they are entering into now.
And the reason why I'm asking is I never saw anything about an email from us that they were manning that station.
They moved
new
in
station.
on the 28th, and I still think they're kind of going back and forth between the old station and the new station. There's some internet
The
issues.
reason why I'm asking that is because I got a phone call because someone saw it on the news on Channel 3 with interviews from a lot of EMS people that they were up and running in the new station. And they were calling me, so when did they move in? I said, I hadn't seen anything where they had moved in.
Yeah, they moved in, well, they started moving in on the 28th, and as far as I know, they were still actively moving bits and pieces back and forth. We were, to your point about the internet, having some major internet issues.
Right.
Yeah.
Because we weren't even scheduled a ribbon cut until, like Dustin said, all that work was done.
And we still have some utilities that are in existing places to the old station that have to be removed before we can finish technically that portion of the project.
Gotcha. And with the Kitty Hawk EMS station, we're still on groove for that for August?
Yes, sir, that's correct. We'll likely finish that station first or second week of July. We'll start looking to get those guys moved in there, some punch items, and then ribbon cutting is August is what we're hoping.
Gotcha. All right, thank you.
Yes, sir, thank you guys.
Got all that. I am going to be Mr. EMS today, I'm telling you that. There are several bills in the House right now, and these three deal with EMS, and I kind of want to let y'all be aware of them and what the ramifications of some of these are. One of them was introduced by Representative Scott, and I think this one was voted on. This will probably meet crossover, where it will go over to the Senate. And this particular bill authorizes, if passed, would authorize emergency medical personnel while on duty to carry pepper spray openly or concealed. And here in Dare County, we don't have that big of a violence problem that you have in certain areas in some of the bigger cities. I understand it from a self-defense mechanism to have these on there. I do know back in early 80s, there was a bill that went through the House that was trying to make it okay for EMS personnel to conceal carry a weapon, a gun. And that was shot down mainly because EMS personnel are there to help and not to hinder, and also it makes it a felony for you to attack an EMS person that is unarmed. So there's some ramifications with this pepper spray. If it does pass, some of those laws are going to have to change as well.
What's the reason behind
The reason behind it is in certain areas like in Wake, Durham, Mecklenburg, Fayetteville, in those type areas where it gets, and even in Rocky Mount, I personally know that, you can actually get yourself in some pretty compromising positions. When I was with EMS and when I was in Rocky Mount, I was shot at once and almost stabbed twice on ambulance. And luckily it was situations where I was able to get away safely. But some of those situations you can't. And that's the reason why this has been put in. And it's one of those that, you know, and also with this, I'll clarify that as well. Even though it's okay if it passes, if this passes, the state says it's okay for you to carry it. Even in the bill, it is up to the EMS provider to allow you to carry it on duty or not. So even if it passes and they're willing to do it, if the state says, yes, you can carry it, our EMS director can say, no, I don't want it on our ambulances. And at that time, they wouldn't be able to do it here. But it could, it's available to them, but they can't do it. And the reason why I bring that up, it's kind of, that one looks like it's going to cross over. But there's two other bills that have been pulled out of committees, and we feel that these two bills might somehow find their way attached to the other bill before it goes to a vote. In other words, to make one EMS omnibus bill. Both of these bills are from Representative Bliss from Haywood County. One of them could affect us in a certain aspect, but it's county franchises for ambulance services. And it is an act repealing the law that authorizes counties and cities to franchise or operate an ambulance service and providing that county officials shall not be required to approve modifications in the level of care that provided by EMS or that not owned or operated by a city in the county system responsible for emergency management system. Break that down to something that's kind of palatable. You know, just a few meetings ago, we were talking about the inter-hospital transfers. Now, let's say we hired a ambulance service to come and do a separate service to do just the inter-hospital transfers, and they're a paramedic squad, so they can handle those transfers. Now, let's say that system that we've hired to franchise to, no, we're dropping our level of care to basic EMT. And they would be able to do that without ROK. And then it puts our EMS people back on inter-hospital transfers for advanced life support patients. That's in a roundabout situation, how that could affect us.
Well, on that one too, though, that it allows, right now, we would have to authorize it, and it would allow some competing company to come in and provide transportation services in competition with us, which would then take away revenue, which would make the cost for running our services go up. And so that could create some budgetary problems.
Mm-hmm. Also, the other one, which hits home for me personally, it's an EMT personnel credentialing modifications. You have your North Carolina certification for EMTs and paramedics. What this one does is, the way this bill, it requires a National Registry of Emergency Medical Technician examination for credentialing in various emergency medical personnel. In other words, if I'm certified from the National Registry, then I can come in to North Carolina and say, hey, I want to be a paramedic in North Carolina. And North Carolina will say, well, you got your National Registry? Yes, I do. And North Carolina will say, well, here's your North Carolina patch. Wrong. The National Registry is It's a registry. It's not run by the federal government. It is not a national situation, other than the fact that you can pay $200, you can take their test, and you can become a national registered paramedic or EMT. It doesn't mean anything. All that means in certain states, like North Carolina, it means that you can come in with your national registry and you can challenge the state exam to get your paramedic in North Carolina. You still have to go through the testing period. In certain states, they will allow a national registry to just, you got your national registry, here's your certificate, state certification. Reason being is the national registry paramedic exam is not that difficult. North Carolina state exam is about 4 times more difficult to pass than the national registry is. And so what this is trying to do is make it so that if you have your national registry paramedic, you don't have to take the state exam, and they just give you a North Carolina certification. That's very dangerous. And the reason why I take that really personally is because back when I worked with OEMS, I was one of the guys that started with the paramedic testing parameters, where we changed all the testing for the North Carolina paramedic exam and made it way more difficult than what the national registry is. So what I would like to do is, with everybody's blessing here, is to have our folks in Raleigh to keep an eye on these 3 to make sure this doesn't get locked into one omnibus bill and would cause several different problems. So if we can get our lobby group on top of it.
What's the pleasure of the board? Y'all okay with that?
Yeah.
Yep. Bobby, reach out to Harry and.
I'm marking on my list. You want to do all 3 of these bills that you just mentioned?
Yeah, I just want to keep an eye on all 3 of them. Like I said, with House Bill 975, that's the one for the pepper spray. I don't really have a dog in the fight in that. I understand in certain areas you might need that now as opposed to what it was before. But for House Bill 675 and 219, I just want to make sure those don't get attached to this as an omnibus bill.
Okay, I have them on the list.
All right, cool. Other than that, our favorite part of any commissioner meeting, meet our pet of the week.
Our pet of the week this week is Picasso.
Oh.
Meet Picasso, a charming 4-year-old cat with the most beautiful eyes. He came to us from Manio after recovering from a fractured hip. Picasso gets along wonderfully with everyone. He loves getting petted, watching out the window, and enjoys the company of both people and other animals. If you're looking for a sweet, friendly cat to add to your family, Picasso might be the perfect match. To adopt Picasso, or foster one of our other animals, come visit us Monday through Friday at our shelter located in Manio. For more information, visit our website at obxspca.org or visit our OBXSPCA Facebook page.
So if you're an artist or a cat lover, Picasso is ready for adoption at the SPCA. And please go down and take a look, and hopefully you can find a nice pet down there for you and give them another forever home. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Bateman?
Yes, sir. Personal level, to let you know that the DARE guarantee is working. I have 6 employees at the Creek that have taken advantage of that this year, that are doing it. And I have one that's doing the dual enrollment, which is really fantastic. Really smart little girl. I did opening remarks at the Custom Rod Show. They had 1,000 vehicles this year.
Oh, yeah, it's a bunch of them.
I was one of them.
Were you? You got one in fancy cars, huh?
My mother-in-law has a 57 GMC truck, and she signed up and took it down there.
Oh, fantastic. It was a good time for all involved. May 8th, at the Pioneer Theater, the Pioneer Theater, the Saving Lives Task Force, as well as the Community Foundation have come together. And hopefully, Chris Sullivan has reached out to everybody. We have seats for every Dare County Commissioner there. I personally bought a whole row, which is 11. So if he has not got a seat for y'all, I'll be glad to let you seat in one of my rows. It's a concert, starts at, I believe, 6 o'clock, goes to like 10 o'clock at nighttime. We have local talent. There's probably 15 folks that are going to go up and do two songs and then break down real quick. And in between each song, we're going to have different nonprofits get up and tell you about what they do within the community. All the proceeds go to the Saving Lives Task Force, as well as the Community Foundation on a personal fund to help those with addiction. So it's a good time for all.
That's the 8th at 6?
This week, Thursday. Yep, Thursday night. And the other thing, we're probably, I was told today, 45 days out from having heads and bids at Dare Challenge. The multiplex building, the big building we're building, we've awarded the contract there. Tommy Twitty received that, Ocean Builders. That's probably a year out. But the 2 dormitories and the staff house, we're probably going to get a CO within the next 45 days. And we'll have bids in there and heads and bids, which means we can take care of our obligation, hopefully, to get some foot in the door of the county and doing the stuff that you budgeted for in January. They'll be ready for that.
Super.
That's all I got.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Creef had to leave early. He had another appointment that he had to go to today. With that being said, I need a motion to adjourn until
Chairman.
June.
You and I were going to mention those other development statutes.
Yeah, why don't you go ahead and mention those other development statutes?
We talked about some of the statutes we asked our lobbyists to lobby for and against at one of our meetings. There's about 10 or 11 development statutes out there. I don't know whether any of them are going anywhere or not, but that change and take away our ability to do some of the things we talked about this morning, like down zone, and there's a number of those. One creates personal liability for all of you all if you don't follow the law. A whole bunch of these development bills that take away local government authority, change local government authority. Rather than go through the details of 12 bills, when we go to Raleigh to talk with our legislatures, what we're looking for is your authority to discuss with them our opposition to any of these bills that change the status quo, if you will, to our ability to regulate growth and development.
And why would anyone want to do that? Why would any legislature want to do that? Are they just mean?
A lot of these bills are put in by the same legislator who is a contractor who has problems in wherever he's from with all kinds of things with his community. We don't have any of those problems, but he's setting it up for him where he doesn't have to deal with the local government.
By getting a statewide
Right.
bill.
Yeah.
Sounds like a stretch to me.
So we just want to be sure we get up there and start complaining about this. We've got your permission.
We're going next week. We need a consensus that y'all give us the authority to have those discussions.
Got mine.
Yep.
Somebody vote, make a motion.
All right, well, you want a motion?
I'll make a motion.
All right, there's a motion on the floor by Commissioner House, been seconded by Commissioner Burris. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Bobby. Thanks for remembering to do that. I apologize. We need a motion to adjourn, and if you recall, we've moved the meeting to June the 9th versus the 2nd. So motion on the floor by Commissioner Bateman, seconded by Vice Chairman. Those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous. Thank you, gentlemen, lady.